Despair by Your Uncle Funkle. As Fluttershy filled up her mug for at least the third time, maybe fourth, and went to sit at her table, the weight of her hooves grew with every step. She sat down slouched in one of the chairs that were set up there and let her hooves fall with the invisible ball and chain hanging below. She decided to do her new favourite activity, watching the dust particles go by in the air and trying to count them all. Every day she counted more and more around her cottage because of the failure of the Pegasus to clean. Failure was a word that she associated herself with a lot now. Failure as a caretaker, failure as a friend, and failure to live a life that was above pitiful and disgusting. But she didn't even notice anymore. Every second she remained in her prison cell felt like hours, and she kept counting each of them down, wondering when she could break free and see the light of the day again. But it seemed impossible at the moment. She took a sip of her black coffee and thought it much too bitter, but despite her feeling towards it, it was the only thing that gave her the energy to get up in the morning and pretend like she wasn't suffering, even if it made her hallucinations worse. She took another sip and glanced around her kitchen, even though she already knew what her puffy red eyes would hover over. A few dirty spoons, forks, and some very sharp knives whose blades made her stare linger, a plate, and a few mugs. She hadn't done the dishes since the last time some pony cared to visit, which had been a few days. She hadn't done much at all for the last few days. She took another cringe sip of her coffee and felt her energy return slightly, but it was only a small comfort for her. She would feel exhausted and worn down by the heavy chains, but it would just be a little easier. There were times when she felt so exhausted and weighed down that all she could do was stay in bed and cry. And that was if Celestia even granted her this sweet comfort. Her eyes fell upon the window next to her door, covered by a set of purple curtains. She couldn't handle it. It would make her sick. The world outside moved so quickly that the inside was her only comfort, where time seemed to move at a snail's pace in contrast. She would take slow and miserable over fast and bright any day or night. She was so deep in thought that she didn't realize her limbs becoming weak from the chains, and she dropped her mug on the floor, making it break and spilling all of its contents. Fluttershy just moved over to the sink to wet a rag robotically, showing no emotion or care. She got back and cleaned up the brown pool that she had created, going slowly and surely to make sure she cleaned it all up. With that done, she moved to clean up the pieces of the mug. She went and got a nearby dustpan, and she used her wing to sweep up the pieces. She squealed a little bit when a sharp pain radiated through her limb, and upon inspection, she could see a small bit of blood coming out of the cut she had accidentally made and dripping on her feathers. After the initial shock, however, she just simply sat back at the table, not bothering to get another cup of coffee or even to clean up her cut. The stinging was numbed by the pain she felt all around her body, especially her eyes that felt like 1,000-pound weights, even though she had just gone through multiple, who knows how many cups of coffee. Suddenly she froze in fright when she turned away and saw a big scary stallion lurking in the shadow corner by her fireplace. She screamed, but she made no sound. She panicked, but she made no movement. A few seconds of paralysis passed before she got up from her chair, which was knocked over as she prepared to take off. But she looked again and couldn't see any other pony. The hulking body she had seen seemed to disappear. The minutes ticked by before she felt it was safe again to pick up her chair and sit back down. The Pegasus figured it was for the best. Flying was 80% psychological, of course. It was also about skill. But Pegasi also have to be confident and happy in order to fly even more successfully. And because of that, Fluttershy hadn't flown in weeks. She forgot the feeling of being free of her chains long ago. She shook her head, still feeling the sting of fear coursing through her, until it returned to dullness once more. Something sparkling caught her eye, and she turned towards a set of silk fibre she had left over from one of her friend's visits. She had laid them out because there was something that fascinated her about the beautiful material, as it was the only thing that could comfort her, like a safe haven that she couldn't explain. It wasn't the beauty at first, just the aesthetic. Most ponies assume silk is incredibly weak and fragile, but what Fluttershy found interesting was that it could hold a lot of weight if needed, possibly even a pony. Then she found herself wondering which colour looked best, but she tried to steer herself away from the question. She knew if she picked a colour she was too far gone, unable to be brought back, even if it would finally release the chains for her. Sighing, she got up, picked up one of the dirty mugs, and filled her mug for the 5th time, maybe 6th, and went to sit at the table, the weight of her heart growing with every minute. Fluttershy Learns to Read and Becomes an Alicorn by Am Sinnoh and Decaf. You can do it! Fluttershy cheered as she looked upon the scene. Angel was trying to do 10 million push-ups and was on 9,999,999. The bunny huffed and puffed, his ears flopping at the side, his exhaustion causing them to not be upright as usual. Fluttershy knew that rabbits kept their internal organs in their ears, and that they needed to be upright to function properly. Just one more, Angel, just one more, the Pegasus encouraged. You can have all the carrots you want after this. Unfortunately, Angel hated carrots, so he gave up and died. Wait, what was that? Fluttershy knew that his heart wasn't supposed to explode, but it did anyway. Oh no, she cried out. Anyways, hello Fluttershy, said Rainbow Dash. Hi Rainbow. Fluttershy waved. Angel exploded while exerting himself again. Could you get Twilight for me so that she can raise him from the dead? Rainbow Dash scratched her head. How many times has that happened this week? Again. It's been 15 times. Which is normal. Try's not going to be pleased. Rainbow shrugged. She already raised him from the dead so many times. She probably is quite irritated at this point, since she had to break out that weird book several times. If she would teach me how to read, then I wouldn't need her help, said Fluttershy. You don't have a horn to do necromancy, Rainbow pointed out, so even if you could read the spell, it'd be useless. Fluttershy sighed. I just want to read, Rainbow. Read and raise the dead. Is that so much to ask? Tell that to the princesses. Rainbow did a random loop in the air. They might be able to give you a horn. They gave Twilight wings. I'll go do that, said Fluttershy. Then she goes to do that. Exiting the door, she flapped her wings and ascended into the air, heading for Canterlot. Do you still want me to call Twilight for help? Rainbow yelled after her. Fluttershy didn't hear Rainbow Dash. She was too busy leaving her behind for no reason. Rainbow shrugged. I guess she didn't hear me. Pulling out her bench chair from absolutely nowhere, she sat down. I'll wait for her to get back so I can ask the question again. I'm dead, said Angel, just in case Rainbow Dash didn't remember. Yes, you are, said Rainbow Dash, and I don't really care. I just listen to Fluttershy so she doesn't use the stare on me. Understandable, Angel nodded before going back to being dead and allowing us to return to our main character Fluttershy. The day would have been beautiful if it wasn't so ugly. Fluttershy flew through the sky like she had wings. She looked back at her tail. I should really get more extensions, she thought. It's not long enough. It was only 50 feet long. All the cool ponies had 60-foot tails. She remembered when Gabby Gums exposed her tail extensions. She didn't cry because of that. She cried because her tail was too short in the picture. Maybe if Fluttershy learned how to read, then she could learn how to make her tail longer. She flew even harder to find the secret to literacy. 5 hours later, and 16 mares who cried for no reason later. She landed in front of the Canterlot Palace. She then proceeded to walk in, ignoring the guards and heading up to Princess Celestia's room. Fluttershy kicked down the door. Pulling out a megaphone, she pressed the button. "Wake up!" she yelled. "Princess, I need your help!" Celestia was asleep until she wasn't. Then she was awake. "What?" she said. "What is not what you should be asking, for the universe is deeper than a simple question like that. You should know better, Princess," Fluttershy said calmly. Celestia laughed. "Oh, Fluttershy, you're just mad because you're angry that you can't read. Maybe if you grew a unicorn horn, then you would become literate. I'm very smart because I am Princess Celestia." "But if you are so smart, do you know what is 9 plus 11? Fluttershy queried. "If you fail the question, you need to give me a horn." "Easy, 9011. You would know that if you had an alicorn brain." "Wrong," Fluttershy countered. "Even a fool knows that the answer is 21. Now give me a horn or I'll use the stare." "Oh, Fluttershy, we all know that you have to be able to read to use the stare, and that only ponies with horns can read. I'm going to give you a horn if you promise to only use it to bring back the dead." "I was going to do it anyway," Fluttershy answered. "Angel is dead, and I want to bring him back to life." Celestia wasn't listening. She was too busy casting the spell that would turn Fluttershy into an alicorn. They end up in the place with stars and memories. "Sister!" a familiar voice bellowed. "What have you done?" "I taught Fluttershy how to read," said Celestia. Fluttershy laughed maniacally. "Now that I can read, I have the power to destroy the world." Luna froze. "Oh, Fost, help us all," she whispered. "Celestia, you have doomed us all." "Of course," said Celestia. "A little doom never hurt any pony." Fluttershy was reading books with reckless abandon, excited to know what the words meant. "Spell to raise the dead," she read aloud. "Yes, with this I can raise all the dead I want and take over the world with Angel and his ancestors." "Don't read the spell," said Luna. "Do you have any idea what happens when you bring someone back from beyond the veil?" "I don't give a language," Faust shouted, poking her head through a dimensional tear. "We're PG rated." She then drew her head back through the dimensional tear. "If you say shit, you die," said Celestia. Then she died. Good as any other place to test the spell. Fluttershy cast the spell, and Celestia was revived from the dead. "It works." "Oh no," said Celestia. "What was dead like?" asked Luna. "I saw Mother," Celestia answered. "She told me she was disappointed in me." Luna nodded. "Sounds like her." "I don't care about your backstory," shouted Fluttershy. "I just want to have my pet bunny do 10 million push-ups and rule the world. Is that too much to ask?" "Yes," Luna answered. "No," Celestia replied. "Everyone deserves to rule the world." "I knew you would understand," said Fluttershy. 3 hours later, she was back at her home. Using a new horn, she raised Angel from the dead. "I'm not dead anymore," said Angel. "Do push-ups," said Fluttershy. Angel did one last push-up, hitting 10 million. Fluttershy raised Angel's ancestors from the dead and went to rule the world. Author's note: this is what we call quality shitposting at its finest, and when two shitposters come together.
Chores at the Cottage by Sock Puppet. In the weeks after the first Nightmare Night visit to Ponyville, Princess Luna found herself spending more and more time in Ponyville with the bearers. At Sweet Apple Acres, Luna spent several nights under the moon with Applejack, assisting with the autumn harvest. Although slim, Luna could buck an apple tree just as well as Big Mac. In the crisp night air, she listened to Applejack hold forth on the last 1,000 years' advance in agronomy and agromagic. It was, sadly, the magic resonance of the Princess of the Night on those trees that would attract the vampire fruit bats that next summer. Luna had watched the grand galloping gala from a dark balcony and remembered every gown, but then turned to a discussion of sewing and specifically sewing machines, and ended with Luna disassembling Rarity's sewing machine, interrogating Rarity on the inner workings of every mechanical assembly, and with Luna failing to reassemble the sewing machine and leaving an apology and a large purse of bits for Rarity to summon a repair pony from the manufacturer. The mayor from the sewing machine company took one look at the piles of parts and recommended Rarity buy a new one, but she took the parts back to her depot as spares in exchange for a 5% discount. Luna then spent a night at the Cutie Crusaders clubhouse, wearing a new crimson cape with gold silk lining. Luna told the sleeping bag ensconced Crusaders stories of her own Cutie Mark and Celestia's, and tales of monsters and pirates, wars and battles, hydras and ursas, and other monsters not yet seen by any living pony in centuries. The Crusaders did not sleep that night and barely slept the next night, huddling together in terror. The CMC's guardians found the 2 days of cowering terror, however, quite relaxing. Visiting Sugar Cube Corner, Pinky taught Luna to bake cakes and pies, and Luna taught Pinky the 1,000-year lost art of flat fry bread. Luna wiped her eyes as she remembered similar times spent with her own mother, who had died while Luna was trapped on the moon, and to whom Luna had never said goodbye. Pinky needed a loaf of dough, and as the leavening puffed it up, Luna cried, "Witchcraft!" and blasted the loaf to the moon, the black blast of the spell leaving Pinky covered in char and grit. It took 3 weeks before a loaf of bread would stop spontaneously teleporting itself out of the kitchen. After a long altitude flight, Luna and Rainbow Dash snuggled up together on a particularly soft cloud under the moon, Dash sleeping peacefully and Luna, with her eyes closed, luxuriating in the simple pleasure of being so near another pony as they shared their warmth against the late autumn cold. At the library, Luna and Twilight spent several nights huddled over ancient tomes, translating ye-old Ponish into modern, Twilight teaching Luna modern curse words and Luna teaching Twilight the ancient. They laughed together for a while, for the writers of the olden days were far less polite than modern, merrily discussing bodily function and romantic liaisons in language that required giggling and blushing to translate. Spike covered his head with a pillow and tried to sleep. Luna made an exception and spent a day, rather than a night, with Fluttershy. At the break of dawn, Luna carried a heavy burlap bag of birdseed from the storage shed so that Fluttershy could refill her various feeders. Songbirds swirled around them, and Luna grinned as Fluttershy flitted into the air and cavorted with her friends before landing back on the ground and extending her wings. More than 24 birds alighted to her, across her wings and down her spine, before Fluttershy walked them to the feeders to break their fast. "Eat well, my friends," Fluttershy called in her tiny voice. "You are too kind," Luna said, and used a hint of levitation to wipe fresh bird droppings off Fluttershy's left wing. "Oh, it's nothing, really," Fluttershy said. A second, heavier sack of fish food to the pond. Luna tried to calculate Fluttershy's possible income from her work, boarding and grooming the town's pets, and could not calculate a number that matched, much less exceeded, what she spent in animal feed alone. Fluttershy scattered fish food about the pond and then took a large pitcher of pond water back to her shed. Luna put the sack of fish food onto its shelf. Fluttershy, now wearing safety goggles and a lab coat, transferred water from the pitcher to several wrapped test tubes, and then dropped brightly coloured chemicals from reagent flasks into the test tubes. "What are you doing?" Luna asked. "Checking the water. With the colder weather, the biological filter I've established might not be as efficient as it was over summer. I need to monitor the pH, the ammonia, the nitrite and nitrate, as well as the general and carbonate hardnesses, to keep my friends healthy and safe." Luna nodded sagely, pretending she understood so much of a single word of the explanation. Fluttershy glared at the test tubes. "The pH is dropping and the carbonate is almost depleted." She grabbed a scoopful of white powder from a barrel labelled "Buffer" and flew over the pond, sprinkling the powder back and forth. Landing next to Luna and tucking her wings, Fluttershy said, "There, that should keep the pod safe for a whole moon." "And what's next?" Fluttershy grinned and then looked down, hair falling over her face. "Just a few last morning feedings." She grabbed a number of corn cobs from a bin and flew out of the shed, towards the middle of her open grassy yard. On short poles were several wooden platforms, and she removed well-gnawed corn cobs from horizontal rails on the platforms and replaced them with the fresh cobs. Fluttershy landed next to Luna, and they watched the feeders from a distance. A ground squirrel hopped from the trees and sat on its haunches, sniffing the air shyly. Carefully he crossed the yard and climbed one of the posts to the platform and nibbled on the fresh corn. "And squirrel feeders too? You are indeed too kind to the woodland creatures, Fluttershy," Luna said. "Oh," Fluttershy replied with a dismissive flit of her wings, "it's not a squirrel feeder." Luna raised an eyebrow. "But a squirrel is eating from it as we speak." An ear-splitting shriek cut across the cottage grounds. Feathers flashed and wings flared. A ruddy red-tailed shape stooped from altitude with a flash of talons, and a rodent scream of pain and horror. The shape flapped heavily into the air and then landed on one of the highest branches above the two ponies. Fluttershy looked up at the feeding shape and smiled. "It's a hawk feeder."
Fluttershy Saves the Day by Straight Aura. "Behold, our Cutie Mark vault!" Fluttershy heard gasps around her. She wasn't much of a gasper. Fainting was more her speed. Still, she had to admit she was feeling a bit lightheaded at the sight before her. A monolithic wall of blue sheen, like a glowing pane of glass that stretched from floor to ceiling, divided into two-dimensional spell matrix forming boxes to restrain anything within a 2D shape, and restrain it did, for every box held its own cutie mark, the culmination of everything that made a pony, contained in a tiny doodle special talent, magic, fears, wants, desired, all trapped in a thin sheet of pocket dimension, proudly displayed under the all-imposing equal sign. "I've never seen anything like this," Twilight breathed, and in front of it, sticking straight up from a stone pedestal in the ground, a wooden spear with a curving, twirling base and twin prongs nearly as long as the handle. "And here is the Staff of Sameness," Starlight began, delicately lifting it in a weak lull of telekinesis to guide it through the air lazily. "It was one of the great mage Meadowbrook's 9 enchanted items. We are incredibly fortunate to have it here." Twilight's eyes narrowed contemplatively like that, an expression well known to all her friends. An idea was forming, but just behind her was a much subtler tell. Fluttershy's front hoof began to shift, grinding quietly on the ground like she was trying to bore a hole through the floor. "This is the tool that allows us to free ourselves from our marks." Starlight swung the staff in an arc ahead of her, gallons of pride laced with a toxic glee spilling from her words. And like a bullet through water,
A tiny, near imperceivable sound echoed in the empty cave, all ears swiveling towards the source. No! Starlight blinked, her smile unwavering. Pardon? The group all took a step back, leaving one in the centre, Fluttershy, quivering with a much more visible fear, her eyes trained on the floor. Still, she remained steadfast and peeped out a louder. No! Whatever could you mean? Fluttershy, was it? Starlight flashed her teeth like a chimp, waiting the answer calmly. Fluttershy, let's be nice. Twilight seethed through her own smile, a forced one that read less, be nice, and more, don't play your cards yet. I mean, no, Fluttershy persisted, playing with her hair nervously. I don't know much about magic or Mage Meadowbrook besides a few stories Dad used to tell me, and I don't know what her magical artifacts are, or even that she had any, but that's not one of them. Starlight protectively drew the staff closer to herself, a subtle crack in the facade. Well, I'd hardly consider you an expert, given what you've told me. Why exactly are you sure of yourself? Make or break moment, Fluttershy. Everyone's watching you, with interest, with fear, with curiosity. You've kept this secret so long. Because you trusted these people, and their heirloom is a fake. How could they? It's because... Fluttershy sighed. It's because that's the spear of Longinus. Silence, then a patient prodding. Pardon? From the pony wielding the perpetrator. The cork was loose and the wine was spilling out now. Fluttershy didn't even think. She just closed her eyes and pushed on. Adam's spear of Longinus, brought to Earth when he first collided with it, long before the dawn of Pony. Adam's development was stunted when Lilith collided with the same planet and her own spear was destroyed, placing Adam in suspended animation while Lilith proceeded to create life in her image. Starlight was glaring now, though few were focused on her anymore. What are you? Millions of years later, ponies attempted to remove it from Adam, causing the second impact when the Earth's magnetic pole was severely shifted and the Arctic ice caps melted. Half of the planet's population was killed. Fluttershy, what are you talking about? Twilight asked baffledly. Fluttershy's eyes screwed shut tighter. The spear was then used in 2015 to kill Ariel, the 15th angel, by impaling it through her, after which it collided with the moon, where it remained until the third impact. I created the Tree of Life. Fluttershy took a deep, gasping breath and squeaked anxiously. It's a nice replica. I didn't know you were a Neon Genesis fan. Starlight sputtered, struggling to close her agape jaws. Neon Genesis? You think this is a replica? Fluttershy fumbled in her hair, trying quickly to recover as she sorted through the brushes, makeup kits, dog treats, art kits, pens, bits and deck of cards she kept in her locks. Look at it! The twisted handle, the long prongs, the point where the handle meets them. It's a wood-carved replica of the spear. Here, right here. In front of everyone, she pulled out a folded slip of paper and threw it onto the ground. It depicted a watercolor painting of a giant, blue, slender figure with bulky hooves standing in a knee-deep ocean amidst a black void, wielding a spear twice as long as its own body. Behind it was a crucified pony with an alien face and a smooth head, entrails hanging from where its hind legs had been removed. I was going to finish it there, but enough of it was painted to get to the point. It's fan art of that very same spear. Fluttershy pointed an accusing hoof, cleaving an invisible path through the crowd that had gathered to peer at it towards Starlight. That's not a magical artifact at all. It's an anime weapon. Enough! Starlight shouted, slamming the base of the spear into the ground. I am not an anime fan. I don't know what a Neon Genesis whatever is. I don't know Adam, Lilith, Ray, whatever. I don't know what you're talking about or who these people are. You want to know why it looks like this? With a resounding heave, She lifted it off the ground with her bare hooves and slammed it into the stone floor, revealing why she was so fragile with it. It shattered instantly, and the crowd gasped yet again. Because it's a damn stick I found in the desert! Starlight caught her breath and looked at the crowd of villagers gathered around her. Oops! She smiled nervously. The Sweet Sounds of Spring by Rambling Writer. Fluttershy threw open her front door and breathed in deeply. The magnificent sense of spring swirled around her, creating an intoxicating bouquet. The sun shone down, warming the earth with its rays. It was the loveliest season of them all for a reason. But spring meant duties, and so she was soon off to the bird feeding tray, a bulging bag slung over her withers. Her ears twitched this way and that, taking in all of that wonderful, melodious birdsong from every direction as those birds relished in the warm weather. In fact, just above her, a chickadee was singing in the hopes of attracting a mate.
Do me.
Oh, those chickadees! Smiling to herself, Fluttershy kept walking, still keeping an ear turned upwards to listen to the song. Fluttershy looked up. A female had landed right next to the male, apparently interested, satisfied with his progress. The male propositioned her with the classic phrase of chickadees everywhere.
Hey, sugar beak, wanna doink?
The female examined him, cocking her head back and forth in that hyperactive manner of chickadees everywhere. Emboldened, the male puffed out his chest feathers.
Come on, sweetie petite.
He chirped.
Check out my feathers. I'm the comfort shit. We can make so many babies. So many that one or two might even make it to winter. Come on, let's build a nest and get right to smashing.
For a second, the female looked like his eloquent, heartfelt soliloquy might sway her. But then across the field came another song.
Do me. Yeah, no.
Tweeted the female.
I like that guy's song better. Bet his chest. Super shiny.
And she flew off.
Babe,
Chirped the male in surprise.
babe, wait. Wait, babe. Wait, babe. Wait, babe. No, babe. Wait, babe. Wait. No, babe. Babe.
Shaking her head at the plaintive cries of the mournful virgin, Fluttershy continued onward. The tray wasn't far. Once Fluttershy reached it, she upended the bag, dumping the seeds and peanuts all across the tabletop. Hello, she called out. I'm here, my feathered friends. I've brought you food. Tossing the bag across her back, she stepped away from the table. She was only a few yards away when birds descended in a melodious cacophony, each making for a different foodstuff. In particular, a downy woodpecker gave a peanut a close examination, but before it could start pecking, a blue jay landed nearby, snatched up the peanut, and hopped away. In response, the cute woodpecker chirped angrily.
Hey, you punk-ass shithead. Get your own fucking peanut. She gave that one to me. My peanut.
Called the jay.
Mine. Oh, piss off. I saw it first and you know it, douche nozzle. It's mine.
Squawking angrily, the woodpecker dove at the jay. They tussled for a moment, chirping angrily at each other, as their wings beat and their claws swished. But the woodpecker emerged victorious, flying away with the peanut in his beak. He landed on a branch and started pecking at it. The jay landed a foot away, but the woodpecker squawked.
I can punch holes in trees with my goddamn nose. You feather-headed son of a bitch. You want to see what I can do to your face? Didn't think so. Fly on home, you freaky excuse for a crow. Rude.
Trilled the jay. Fluttershy walked away, tisking. Some birds have no manners. She sidled back to her cottage, adding her own whistles to the birds. She was almost home when down the path she spotted Rarity! Hello! Why, Fluttershy, I was just looking for you, said Rarity, trotting up. I was hoping...
Murder!
And with that shriek, an almighty juggernaut fell on Rarity with all the force it could muster. Rarity raved a hoot at the robin attacking her coif. Darling, she said in a record-settingly flat tone, could you be a dear and tell this bird that I'm... Fluttershy quickly nudged Rarity aside. The robin retreated, squawking inquisitorial invectives at them. You're standing under his nest, she said, pointing. Robins are very protective of their young. That's very nice, Rarity half growled, still messing with her mane. But can you tell him to back off? I'd like to avoid a repeat on my way back. On it. Up she went. The second she rose to nest level, the robin was squeaking at her.
Stay back, vile miscreant.
I'm not vile or a miscreant, said Fluttershy. I just want to talk.
No talk. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you look sideways at my eggs again, I swear to the sun, I'll peck your eyes out myself.
Treated the robin.
Blood will flow like a river before I'm through with you, like an entire watershed.
But, Mr. Robin, it's me, said Fluttershy. You know I'd never hurt you or your babies.
That's why I'm being nice.
That's no way to treat ponies who are just passing by. Can you please give them a chance to leave first? There's not a pony for miles who wants to hurt you. The robin fluffed his feathers and eyed Fluttershy beadily.
Only because it's you. But I'm watching you.
And I'm watching you. Please be on your best behaviour.
The second you touch my eggs, you're dead.
Fluttershy lowered herself to the ground, where Rarity was still fretting over her mane. I am so sorry, Rarity, she said. I hope your mane's okay. Rarity twitched, but held her head high. I'd have to redo it after our spa day anyway. It's fine. Her ears twitched and she looked around them. Robin attacks aside, isn't the bird song wonderful? Fluttershy cocked an ear, listening to birds trying to get in bed with each other, listening to foes fight to the death over food, listening to mothers colourfully wish a painful demise upon those who get too close to their eggs. Yes, she said, smiling. Yes, it is.
Oh, but I am weak and helpless, by Flint Sparks. Oh no, I'm completely bound in strong, tight rope. I cannot do anything but flail about and struggle. Oh, woe to me, the damsel in distress. I sure hope no male of unspecified species happens to come across such a young, innocent girl and take advantage of her. Why, I wouldn't be able to defend myself at all, being so helpless and available. Fluttershy cried as she rolled on the ground, struggling against her bonds. Discord rolled his eyes as he turned the page of his newspaper. Fluttershy, you're rolling in the yarn he borrowed from Rarity. Fluttershy, tangled in red and blue string, whined. No, I'm tied up like a damsel. Now, please don't hurt me. Her blue eyes teared up and she whimpered, using her squeaks to her advantage. It did nothing but irritate the older, wiser Draconicus. Discord threw aside his paper and stood up from the couch. Yeah, I'm going to make myself a sandwich now. He yawned, stretched, and walked towards the minibar in his castle chamber. Fluttershy made to intercept him, but her wings caught in the yarn and she tumbled forward. She yelped as she landed on her muzzle. Wait, where do you think you're going? She wiggled on the carpet floor, trying to crawl her way to Discord. Discord turned away from the open chamber door, chewing his sandwich. He rolled it in his mouth, swallowed, and then answered, "I'm getting out of this loony bin. I'll be back when Tia gets home from work." He stepped into the castle, but flinched when Fluttershy shrieked. "What about me?" she cried, rolling onto her back and swishing her tail back and forth. "Yes, what about you? It's not like you're weak or helpless." "Oh, but I am weak and helpless," she said, smiling upside down at Discord, "and I appreciate your cooperation if you just rescue me." Discord shook his head. "No, no, and most definitely no. I've been around longer than even Celestia, and I know all the tricks in the book. If there's 1 ounce of chaos I can't stand, it's the heart of a mare." Fluttershy roared, "You are going to love me!" Discord gulped and snapped his fingers. "Oh no, I'm under attack by a savage and frightening beast. If only there was some pony with magical power to rescue me, as I'm trapped in this corner. I would be so grateful. I would probably reward my prince with everything I have," Fluttershy dramatically declared, holding a hoof to her forehead as a bear shuffled toward her in the hedge maze. "Why, I would even go far as to give him my heart and my body." Discord casually lifted his shades as he sunbathed, lying on top of his conjured beach chair. He sighed and lowered them. He casually sipped his lemonade's glass before tossing the lemonade in the trash. "Fluttershy, that's your pet bear." "No, it's not," Fluttershy defended as the bear lifted her up and planted a kiss on top of her head, slightly messing up her neat mane. The Draconicus ignored her, causing an angry blush to emerge on the mare. "Oh no, I'm dangling off a cliff above my door." "Fluttershy, you're a Pegasus, you can fly." "I forgot the rope." "Yup." "Oh no, I'm being foal-napped." "Fluttershy, that's the servant giving you tea." "I'm being robbed." "You just paid the guy." "Help, someone's assaulting me." "Your masseuse doesn't seem too happy with you screaming at him." "Oh no, I suddenly forgot how to swim. Someone help. For Celestia's sake," Discord shouted. "Fluttershy, you're one of the best swimmers I know. Before this was slightly annoying, but now it's just getting aggravating." Fluttershy sat in a tiny kiddie pool, one that she could easily stand up in, seeing how it was only about a foot deep. Fluttershy was trying to simulate what she thought a drowning pony would look like. From Discord's perspective, it looked more like she was throwing a temper tantrum, which wasn't too far from the truth. "Oh, but I really do need help," Fluttershy said in a voice so sweet that Discord nearly barked. "Please, Discord, just help me. I promise you'll get your just desserts," she added with a wink and a sultry smile, forgetting that she was supposed to be drowning. Discord looked her over and smirked, slowly getting up from his pool chair. "Well, I guess since you're not in trouble anymore, I can just leave." He stretched, savouring the pleading look on her face. He resolved not to talk to her until she had calmed down and was thinking rationally, at least rationally by Discord standards. Before he teleported away, Discord risked one last glance at the miserable-looking Fluttershy. Seeing her in such a state, he mumbled to himself, "It'll take more than a pretty face to get me in with you," and with that he snapped his fingers, transporting himself back to his room in the Canterlot Castle. Fluttershy sighed, looking up from the kiddie pool into the sky. "If only I was a bird," she thought. "Then maybe this whole charade would work. The males would fight over me while I looked pretty and helpless." She climbed out of the kiddie pool, shivering as a gust of wind swept past. Discord had not taken any of her bait, no matter how weak she pretended to be. "Maybe I've been going about this all wrong," she continued to ponder, while drying off. "Perhaps it isn't helplessness and distress that Discord wants. Maybe something a little more chaotic." Then she got an idea, an awful idea, an absolutely awful idea. She gathered herself together and headed towards the castle, cackling madly at the notion of putting her plan into action. Discord sat inside his room, one of the only places that he could spread chaos magic with little to no rebukes from Celestia. Aside from the occasional cotton candy cloud escaping from the windows and soaking an angry royal, his chaos was surprisingly well contained, even though more than once he was tempted to move the sun just a few inches to freak Tia out. The best part about the room, that Honor would have to go to the deadbolt Luna gave him, one of the strongest locks in all of Equestria, able to keep away even the strongest of the royal guard. The guards could testify to it. Right now, though, Discord was less interested in the lock than he was his own creations, specifically his attempts at creating a perfect glass of chocolate milk. So far the results had been less than satisfying. I have the milk part down, but not the chocolate. What would little Miss Smarty Pants do in this situation? He wondered aloud as he drank the chocolate milk to a crazy straw. Less than perfection or not, it was still chocolate milk. Discord almost considered asking Fluttershy about this problem when he heard some pony banging on the door. Their beating sounded like they were throwing everything they had. Slightly startled, he hurried to the door in case, Luna forbid, an actual threat was coming and he was needed. Unfortunately, Discord would only wish it was that bad. "You better open this door right now, mister, or so help me I will tear it down splinter by splinter until it's so mangled that its children wouldn't even recognise it," came the angry screeching voice of Fluttershy. Discord froze in mid-air, not quite certain that he was hearing this. He shook his head as if to clear it before replying. "Pardon?" "You heard me. Open this door right now." More beatings came upon the door, causing Discord to back away from the door with genuine fear in his eyes. He breathed in and out a few times before answering in the most level voice he could. "Fluttershy, I'm not going to let you in until you are not threatening to do something I don't want to do at this point. Or probably any point in time. Besides, this is a special patterned deadbolt separating us two. Even the Royal Guard couldn't get past it. You might as well give up now, or at least apologise for your behaviour earlier." A pregnant pause settled over the room. The insistent banging had stopped. He found it strange. Discord thought that Fluttershy would have at least made some noise if she was leaving. Oh well, he thought. It didn't really matter either way. He could figure out the inconsistency late. A huge boom sounded off as the room shook in very unnatural ways. The movement managed to toss Discord into a corner of the room, knocking his breath away for a second. When he managed to open his eyes, a sight that would forever locked in his mind came into view. Fluttershy standing just outside the room, directly on top of an enormous pink cannon that was easily taller than Celestia. The door was almost completely off its hinges, simply hanging on by a single bolt. Discord sat up, dazed as his eyes struggled to adjust on the once calm mare standing before him. Well, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe there's still a way out of this. Then with a crazed smile and an eye twitch that would make Twilight Sparkle proud, Fluttershy spoke. "Now come to Mama." "I'm surprised, Twilight. Your management with the Griffin Kingdom's embassies was impeccable. I'm sure every pony as well, is proud of you." Princess Celestia praised her shorter yet talented protege as the group of alicorns walked down the castle halls. Cadence and Luna were locked in a fierce debate over something Twilight found petty but Celestia had encouraged. Twilight smiled and looked up to her mentor. "Well, I can't honestly say it. What was that?" She turned her head towards the elaborate mahogany door they were passing by. It looked like every other door of the hundreds inside the castle, but the door had several bumps and holes smashed into its surface. Banging and bumping noises were inside, and the voices of a couple ponies. "That's odd." Princess Celestia walked close to the door and eyed the claw marks by the doorknob. "The doors are enchanted to be soundproof." Cadence and Luna approached. "What seems to be the problem?" A feminine voice screamed, "Yay!" through the door. It was quiet and hushed, but echoed through the hall. The four alicorn princesses stared at each other in shock. Cadence broke the tension and politely coughed. Without a word, 3 bags of bits were thrown at her hooves.
Fluttershy's Improbable New Friend by Coronet the Lesser. Where is Fluttershy? She's never usually this late for our morning tea, Rarity asked as she sipped from her cup. The remaining elements were gathered around the usual tea spot on a fine Saturday morning. Of course, a good coffee shop was essential to the maintenance of any friendship. They all lived busy lives, but the joy of a regular gathering was something they all appreciated and strived to attend. I don't know, I saw her earlier. She said she'd be here like 10 minutes ago, Remedy said with a shrug. I think I see her! Hello, Fluttershy over here! Pinky shouted, leaning precariously over the table, much to the annoyance of every pony else who had to clamber to stop their drinks from spilling. Fluttershy was a ways in the distance, slowly moving in the direction of the shop. Next to her was a reddish blob that they could not make out properly from where they sat. She perked up when she heard Pinky and enthusiastically waved back. She moved with greater haste towards them. Her reddish-coloured companion lingered closely behind. What's that animal with her? Applejack asked. Another one. She's taking this whole sanctuary business quite seriously, Rarity said with a tinge of exasperation. I swear I won't come to another one of these if it's another ghastly bear. It's nice to see her so enthusiastic, especially if it's for a good cause. We should be proud of her, Twilight said as she squinted in Fluttershy's direction. It looks like a dog. Pretty weird dog if you ask me, Applejack huffed. Fluttershy eagerly tottered towards her friend's table, and the creature by her side followed at an ambling pace. However, as she arrived to take a seat, the welcoming response of the table quickly fell away as the creature shuffled into view. Applejack was most certainly correct in her assumption that Fluttershy's companion was like no dog they had seen before, probably because it was not a dog at all. Hello, every pony, Fluttershy said cheerily as she took her seat. Sorry I'm late, I was picking up some things for the clinic. The red creature sat itself to her left, making some unintelligible noise. Oh, right, how could I be so rude? Girls, this is Barry. He is our newest inpatient for the sanctuary. She gestured to everyone around the table. Barry, these are my best friends. Barry was a winged, red-skinned creature, roughly a foot or so smaller than Fluttershy. His wings were bat-shaped, leathery and wide. He walked on all fours, but his front legs were longer, and at their base were a pair of bony hands. His head was oval-shaped. 2 small horns protruded from the base of his skull. Below them were a pair of beady orange eyes and a mouth full of rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed in the sunlight. Behind him, a thin tail whipped furiously against the ground.
Gamajoba, Kurvitelli, Paris, Megabrivo.
Barry spoke in a scratching, high-pitched language that made every pony bar Fluttershy wince in discomfort. Sweet Celestia, Fluttershy, what is that? Rarity screeched as her sunglasses unceremoniously fell off her face. There is no need to shout, Rarity, Fluttershy said with a smile. I told you I found him on the ground of the sanctuary. He's our newest member until he recovers his strength, the poor dear. Barry made some excitable noises, to which Fluttershy giggled in response. Fluttershy, that's the monster! Applejack shouted. No, Applejack, Fluttershy corrected lightly. This is Barry. Hi, Barry, Pinky said as she hopped in front of their new guest just inches from his face. A glow of purple magic quickly pulled Pinky away before one of Barry's claws grabbed the place where Pinky had just been. Fortunately, all he had managed to catch was a small chunk of Pinky's mane. Twilight placed the still bouncing mare behind Applejack. Pinky, please be careful, Twilight admonished. Oh, he's feisty, I like him, Pinky chirped. Twilight turned her head to regard Fluttershy. That's an imp, Twilight stated uncharacteristically calmly. What in equestria are you doing with one? I'm taking care of him, as I do with all animals, Fluttershy said. She scanned the tail with a confused look, only receiving concerned glances in return. Girls, I don't understand. I take care of loads of animals. I know some may look scary, but they need my help nonetheless. Fluttershy nodded at her own statement. Besides, lots of them are real sweethearts when you get to know them. Good Luna, he reeks of rotten eggs. Rarity sniffed. She took a handkerchief from her purse and pressed it against her nose. Rainbow Dash retched slightly. Applejack's face scrunched up in disgust. Rarity, that's not very nice, Fluttershy chided. Besides, Barry seems to like you. True to Fluttershy's words, Barry had focused his small eyes on Rarity. Drool dripped from his lips in long strands that pooled on the ground. Fluttershy, darling, your definition of like and his definition of it, I fear, are very much different. Rarity blanched, recoiling from the ravenous gaze of Fluttershy's companion. A demon, Shy! Rainbow exclaimed excitedly, her hoof unsteadily pointed towards Barry. You are hanging out with a literal demon! Barry seemed to grow agitated at that and began hopping in place. He screeched loudly in the same language he had spoken before. Fluttershy comfortingly gripped one of Barry's claws and gently stroked his head. She shot a fierce look in Rainbow's direction. Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy scolded. We do not use that word here. It's very derogatory. Barry continued to hop from one back leg to the other, screeching loudly as he pointed at Applejack. Red sparks emanated from his outstretched front claws.
Shema, Akeshi, Da, Arak Etil Sin, Dis, Imara, Sitvid, Bidma, Shirakishkapa, Amapana, Metskutna, Twigde, Taveni, Ametsari, Damok, Idabulaba.
Fluttershy, he's trying to cast hexes on us, Applejack protested, standing up from her seat. See what you did, Rainbow. You've agitated him. Fluttershy snapped. There, Barry. Fluttershy gently continued to stroke Barry's head until he eventually resumed sitting down passively. Am I insane? Rainbow Dash asked. Just look at him. You know what? I'm done, Applejack declared. It's too early for this. I'm leaving. Applejack promptly exited, muttering something unintelligible under her breath. Rarity had moved her seat as far away from Barry as possible. Pinky seemed to be the only one who was entirely unperturbed. Fluttershy, I think it would be prudent if Barry came with me, Twilight said. Fluttershy shot her a confused look. Why?
Jadokari.
Barry spat at Twilight, her eyes narrowed in response. Fluttershy, your friend is very dangerous, Twilight said. He needs to go to Tartarus where he belongs and can't hurt any creature. No! Fluttershy protested, hugging Barry close to her. Barry is a sick animal that needs my help. I can't just send him away, especially to somewhere horrible like Tartarus. Fluttershy, darling, Rarity intoned softly. We all appreciate your dedication to animals, but Barry is not a regular animal. I'm sorry, darling. He's terrifying. Look around us. There are no birds in the sky or ponies in the streets. He's frightened them all away. True to Rarity's words, the town seemed practically deserted beyond the 5 of them. He's pure evil! Rainbow Dash shouted. Pure evil! Girls, I can't believe you, Fluttershy said as she stood from the table. Her stare was filled with righteous fury. I would have thought we had all learned our lesson with Sakura, that it's not right to judge others on the sole basis of their appearance. Barry isn't the most beautiful animal, but he deserves a chance that every creature does. This is just the way he is. Maybe if we accept that, maybe you'd see the good side of him. Just like Discord. Fluttershy let forth a disappointed sigh. I'm not saying you have to like Barry. All I'm asking is that you give him a chance. Twilight and every pony else blinked at Fluttershy, their eyes shifting from her to Barry, and then back to her. Barry scratched his head with his hind hoof. Twilight took a long sip of her coffee before crossing her hooves. Okay, Fluttershy, where did you find Barry? Twilight inquired calmly. In the sanctuary, of course, Fluttershy said with an affirmative nod. He was up a tree. He looked so ill, the poor baby. Barry let forth an appreciative speech. Do you know what imps eat? Twilight probed. I know Barry is carnivorous, Fluttershy replied. I have plenty of carnivores in the sanctuary, Twilight. I'm well aware of how they eat and how to feed them. So if that's the imps hunt in packs generally, but as scavengers in nature when on their own, Twilight interrupted. They mainly target weak and sick prey to make up for their lack of physical strength. I don't see why that's relevant. Oh, Fluttershy gulped. Her eyes went wide. That may have explained why Barry rejected her attempts to feed him. She took her seat once more. I see the problem now. Barry burped up several small bones. Fluttershy grimaced as she recognised that some of them seemed to belong to animals that had disappeared recently from her clinic. Barry murmured. Once they have eaten enough, they start targeting larger prey, Twilight said grimly, looking over the bones, such as ponies. Girls, I don't think Barry is going to be a good fit for the animal sanctuary, Fluttershy whispered, her head bowed low. You think? Rainbow yelled. Author's note. Just a little story I came up with at 2 a.m. staring at the ceiling, trying desperately to sleep. Hope people enjoy this silly little tale. Also, in case you want to know what Barry is saying, B1.
Hello, friends of the yellow one.
B2.
Your rude and unkind words have insulted me. I am upset at your ignorant attitudes.
B3.
Which?
B4.
Excuse me?
Flight Envy by Applejack of all trades. Do you ever feel like you were born wrong? Huh? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I was meant to be a Pegasus, like you. Oh, maybe. Rainbow craned her neck over to Fluttershy. Seriously, I've had dreams where I was a Pegasus soaring through the sky as fast as the wind itself. She gestured up to the sky with a hoof and smiled. The wind in my mane, the sun on my body, and the ruffling of wings. She giggled. Fluttershy, I could practically feel it. Fluttershy wiggled next to Rainbow Dash, her wings stretched awkwardly underneath her. I've had dreams like that too, except in mine, I was an earth pony like you, she admitted with a blush. I didn't have to worry about those pesky wings, and I could just live on the ground with every pony else. Rainbow gave Fluttershy a funny look. Well, you could just move down here, she pointed out. At Fluttershy's grimace, she chortled. I'm serious, there's this little cottage at the edge of town that basically has your name on it. Oh, I don't know. I like visiting you, Rainbow, but moving would be a big change. Rainbow looked up at the clouds. The grass beneath her tickled at her back, but it felt calming as the wind softly blew her mane around. You see that cloud up there? A white tuft floated in the sky. Fluttershy nodded. It looks like an eagle, Rainbow said with a smile. I think I could be a good eagle. They're awesome, like me. Plus, they're great flyers, and I think I'd be a good flyer too, if I had wings. Maybe. Rainbow snorted. Maybe? Come on, I'd be great and you know it. She rolled over onto her stomach and propped herself up. I mean, I'm fast, have good reflexes, and I totally have the awesomeness to make a good flyer. With every new adjective, she struck a pose, which made Fluttershy giggle. Right? The yellow Pegasus nodded. Right.
Rainbow grinned and looked down at Fluttershy. She was so quiet all the time, but she was Rainbow's closest friend, and her only friend really. Plus, she was a Pegasus. She was so lucky, and she didn't even know it. Sometimes, Rainbow thought that Fluttershy would really rather be an earth pony, like in her dream, and not as a joke or anything. How could she not want wings? Rainbow stared at Fluttershy, who stared back with a tiny smile. Rainbow shook her head, then offered a hoof. "Come on, get up, you're gonna show me how to fly." Fluttershy blinked. "What? But you're an earth pony." "I know," Rainbow responded with an eye roll. "Obviously I can't fly, but you can show me like you were teaching me how." Fluttershy took Rainbow's hoof and used it to help herself up. Okay, I guess." She knew that Fluttershy wouldn't understand, but Rainbow had to know how it felt to really fly. She trotted eagerly as she followed Fluttershy to a flatter area of the clearing. Fluttershy flexed her wings awkwardly at her side with a slight frown. "I'm not sure how to do this." Rainbow gawked. "What? But you fly all the time." "I know," Fluttershy mumbled, "but I've never had to show any pony." Rainbow whined. "Oh, come on, Shy. I just want to know what it feels like." The Pegasus looked back at her wings, then squinted. "Okay, I'll try." "Yes!" Rainbow cheered. If she could get Fluttershy to like flying more, then at least she had that. Even if Rainbow herself couldn't fly, helping her friend discover why flying was so awesome was pretty much the next best thing. Rainbow grinned as Fluttershy extended her wings to her side. Her wing feathers ruffled in the gentle wind. Soft yellow primaries danced with the breeze as long, flight-ready wings prepared to take the Pegasus to the sky. Rose-red eyes drifted over Fluttershy's wings. Every feather fell perfectly into place, and Rainbow knew then that Fluttershy took expert care of her wings. Fluttershy glanced at Rainbow, then took a short gallop forward. Her wings beat strongly once, sending a gust of wind that pushed Rainbow's mane back for a second and sent Fluttershy up into the sky. Rainbow gasped in awe. She knew that Fluttershy wasn't the most graceful of flyers, but she gawked anyway. Fluttershy seemed unsure of what to do once up in the air, so Rainbow wordlessly gestured for her to keep flying. Though a bit slow and awkward at first, Fluttershy flew back and forth above an awestruck Rainbow. The Pegasus loosened up with every turn, her smile widening until finally she flew smoothly, the wind blowing her long mane everywhere, only further framing the Pegasus in a light pink canvas. That look of bliss on Fluttershy's face as she flew was what Rainbow wished she could feel. It just looked so freeing, so liberating, so fun. Even though she had never flown before, Rainbow felt grounded. Watching her friend have fun in the sky made it almost bearable though. She hoped that Fluttershy could at least learn to make the most of it. Rainbow settled back down on her side as Fluttershy giggled, now flanked with birds. Fluttershy's wings flapped in a different pattern than Rainbow thought they would. Maybe it was because she wasn't a very experienced flyer, but her wings beat a lot more often than Rainbow would have guessed. Then again, what would she know? She watched as Fluttershy continued to giggle as she flew. With each passing moment, she eased up more and more, and even as ungraceful as she was a lot of fun to watch. The midday sun behind Fluttershy made her seem like she was glowing, like some kind of angel. Rainbow grinned, her gaze softening. Yeah, she definitely was like an angel. Maybe she could lead her somewhere better. Rainbow didn't have wings, sure, but Fluttershy did, and she could be happy enough for the both of them. Rainbow would make sure of it. If Fluttershy was happy, then hey, Rainbow was happy. Her eyes followed Fluttershy as she descended back to the grass, slightly flushed. As she trotted back to Rainbow, she tried to hide it in her mane, She probably forgot that Rainbow was watching her, which made the Earth Pony smirk. "So was that fun?" Rainbow asked with a smug look. Fluttershy settled down next to a friend. Rainbow could see the tips of her feathers bristling. "Yes?" Rainbow laughed and reached over to hit Fluttershy gently on her foreleg. "I told you! I could tell. You looked so happy up there," she recalled. Fluttershy smiled and nodded slightly, which in turn made Rainbow's own smile widen. "How does it feel to fly?" The Pegasus stuttered and blinked a few times. Her wings ruffled at her sides as she shrugged. "I don't know. It's kind of scary at first, even for me," she admitted. "Or maybe that's just me. I know that all my little bird friends love to fly. Sometimes I fly with them, and I have so much fun." Rainbow nodded. "It looks really fun. I wish I could feel what it feels like." She looked up to the sky and sighed. "At least I could dream about it, I guess." The wind picked up a bit. Rainbow's mane whipped in front of her face, but she did nothing to fix it. "You know, if I was a Pegasus, I bet I'd have a cool name. Something like Rainbow Gust or Rainbow Thunder or Rainbow Dash," she suggested. Rainbow smirked, feeling satisfied. "Yeah, I like Rainbow Dash." Fluttershy giggled next to Rainbow. "What's wrong with Rainbow Wish?" "You mean apart from the fact that it's uber lame?" Rainbow responded with a groan. "It just isn't me. It's so cheesy. Why do you think I have every pony call me Rainbow and not Wish?" "Well, Rainbow Dash, I think that name suits you, Pegasus or not," Fluttershy said with a smile. "Maybe someday I can show you how flying feels. That would be fun." "Show her how flying feels." "How would you do that?" Rainbow asked, slightly intrigued by the idea, but mostly curious as to how she would even go about doing it. Fluttershy pouted. "Oh, I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead." She trailed off and gazed at Rainbow. "Well, you're a little smaller than me. Maybe I could carry you. I don't usually carry anything bigger than a rabbit or two, but if it's to help a friend." Rainbow smiled and shook her head. "Maybe, but I don't want you to hurt yourself. I can probably ask Lyra. She's good at magic and stuff. I think she actually used to be in Celestia's school for gifted unicorns, so she probably knows a spell that can help." She perked up, her passive smile turning into an eager grin. "Or I could go hang gliding, or skydiving, or parachuting." Rainbow sat up, propping herself up with her forelegs as she thought of other ways she could feel the wind in her mane like Fluttershy did. "Base jumping sounds fun. I know some pony who used to do that. I could ask her. You'd totally do this with me, right, Shy?" Fluttershy's eyes widened. "Wait, do what?" Rainbow leaned over her until she was practically nose to nose with Fluttershy. "Oh my gosh, Fluttershy! We could go zip-lining or high diving. I know Ponyville has a high diving team. Yeah!" She put her hooves on Fluttershy's shoulders and shook her. "Do you think that would work?" Fluttershy hesitated. "Maybe. I don't know, Rainbow. That sounds scary, and a lot of it is just falling, not flying." "Oh," Rainbow gulped. She deflated a little and retracted from Fluttershy. "You're right." Fluttershy squeaked and reached out to Rainbow, keeping her from sinking further away. "But I think it would give you a good idea of what it's like to fly. Really." "But I'll never really know," Rainbow thought to herself. She frowned a little, but before Fluttershy could notice, she shook it off and smiled. "Yeah, maybe I'll try it someday." Fluttershy nodded. She said nothing else. If Fluttershy noticed Rainbow's frown, then she didn't allow it. That was okay though. There was nothing more to say, and frankly, Rainbow decided she could definitely use a nap, and hopefully a dream to go with it. She rested her head on the floor and closed her eyes. As the wind died down and warmth enveloped her, she swore she could almost feel real feathers on her back already. The Knight and the Potion Seller by Pseudo Bob Delightus. Is it on? I don't know. The screen's black. There's a blinking red light. Does that mean it's on? I don't know. Come on, Rainbow, hand it over. Fine. Pfft. What? Suddenly, Applejack's face appeared on the screen. She raised her eyebrows at Rainbow Dash and held out a black disc. You left the cover on, she said. Rainbow Dash stammered. You... Okay, sure, blame me. I've never used one of these things. How was I supposed to know? I'm not blaming you, Rainbow. Whatever, let's just set it up. Fluttershy, waiting patiently with the 3-leg stand, held it steady while Applejack screwed the camera down on top of it. When they were done, its screen showed the living room of the cottage, and Rainbow Dash stepped out in front of it. Hello, Ponyville, she sang. No, hello, Equestria. Yeah, that's better. Fluttershy's voice came quietly. Sorry, can you step a bit closer? You're a little out of focus. Huh? Sure, how's this? That's good. Okay then, hello Equestria, this is Rainbow Dash talking. Well, obviously it's Rainbow Dash. You're looking at me. Who else is this stylish, this cool, this obviously amazing? Applejack snickered. That ain't a word. Oh, and ain't is? The camera turned slightly to show Applejack, who noticed and blew her mane out of her face. Sure is. I made Twilight look it up in the dictionary once. Oh, that look on her face. Well, fine, but you ain't introduced yourself to Equestria yet. Tape's rolling. Sure, howdy Equestria. This here's Applejack, proud member of the Sweet Apple Acres family. Here in the west end of Ponyville. We make the best apples there is. Applejack rubbed her forehead. An advertisement? Really? If I'm gonna make a statement to all of Equestria, I ain't just gonna talk about boring old me. You're not boring, Fluttershy commented, drawing 2 sets of eyes to the camera. Sorry. Please continue. Applejack smiled and nodded, but Rainbow Dash flapped her wings and disappeared in a streak of colours. She reappeared, pushing a confused Fluttershy into view. Wait, she cried. I can't. Come on, Shy, Applejack prodded. Just say something about yourself. Fluttershy's long hair obscured her face. Her breath was still. She turned to Rainbow Dash, who shrugged and asked, Well, what's the matter? There's nobody else in here. Applejack looked back at the camera. What? Fluttershy, you don't have to talk to all of Equestria. The Pegasus sighed, but still sat low, hiding from the lens. Oh, right, Rainbow Dash said. Well, why don't you just say something to Ponyville then? An eye appeared behind the pink mane, but no sound was picked up. What about just the ponies we know, our friends and family? Rainbow Dash added, Yeah, that's like hardly anyone. Only a few dozen ponies, and a dragon, and a griffin, and a donkey? Fluttershy spoke in a barely audible whisper. That's still a lot of ponies. Applejack sighed and walked behind the camera, beckoning Rainbow Dash to follow her. Okay, sure. How about just us? Fluttershy stood up a little, her face now fully visible. Just the 6 of us? No, I mean just Rainbow and me, and you. How's that sound? She thought about it. That's easy to think about, but we're all right here. I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Well, go ahead. Okay then. Fluttershy stood up fully and faced the camera. Hi, you two? My name is Fluttershy, and I like animals and plants and things like that. Applejack hummed. Step closer, Shy. You're not quite in focus. Sure. Is this good? No, that's worse. Wait, I got it. The guy who sold this to me said it had some autofocus magic. Should be one of these buttons. You know, I could just step back. Come on, Rainbow. The focus comes from the lens. We just gotta turn that ring at the front and... Whoa, quit it. That's making it worse. Hooves up. I know what I'm doing here. The camera shook and squeaked as the two ponies fought over it out of view. Girls? You just said you've never used one before. I said, hooves off, it's mine. I paid for it, I get to use it. You don't even know how to use it. Random buttons were pressed. A jumble of text overlay appeared on the screen. Then the colours inverted. Then everything was wiped away by the outline of a star, before reappearing moments later as a collection of puzzle pieces bouncing into place. Just move the ring. No way, it's right here, I got... Stop it! Fluttershy shouted. You two are always fighting. Why can't you get along? The argument stopped abruptly. Oh, Rainbow Dash spoke. No, we're just... I'm... sorry. Yeah, sorry both y'all. Applejack agreed. This is silly anyway. It's your camera. The camera was righted and a set of hooves stepped away from it. But suddenly there was a beeping noise and the camera hummed and vibrated. Whoa, hey, it worked. Nice. Oh, that's good. But Fluttershy was now in focus, but her face had been distorted such that her snout and eyes were stretched twice as wide as they really appeared. Rainbow Dash burst out in laughter and fell to the ground, bumping the tripod and pushing Fluttershy slightly off center. Now the middle of her face shrank inward, making her jaw and forehead look relatively large. Unaware of the effect, she just raised an eyebrow. What happened? Applejack? Applejack walked over to Rainbow Dash, nudging her with a hoof and making a gasp, though this did not stop her laughter. Come on, Rainbow, what's so Oh, what? This is pretty funny, I'll admit, Applejack said, as she flipped the view screen over for Fluttershy to see. When she saw it, she blushed and covered her face with her hooves. Oh no, I look like a stallion. No, it's funny, the Earth Pony assured her. She flipped the view screen back over. Honestly, it makes you look a little bit like one of them Royal Guard types I always see hanging around with Twilight these days. She nudged Rainbow Dash again. You think we busted it? Rainbow Dash finally recovered her breath enough to speak. What do you mean, we? A silent moment passed. The Pegasus stood up. Sorry, no, I mean, the guy who sold it to me said it had all these crazy features. Maybe this is just one of them. Oh, Flutters, could you nudge over to the right a little? She did. Like this? Rainbow Dash and Applejack both laughed again, making Fluttershy shy away from the camera. No, wait, it's okay, just go back there. We're not laughing at you, Flutters. Applejack steadied her breath. You know what this makes you look like? That one chemist type that came to town the other day, had all these funny tinctures and extracts and so forth. She flipped the view screen again. You remember her? Fluttershy looked between the lens and the view screen. That's very rude, she said. But it does look like her, don't it? She cracked a smile despite her attempts to hide it. Yes, I suppose it does. A little bit. Then she moved her head to the side. Oh, and there's the stallion again. She pushed her eyebrows down and cleared her throat, affecting a deeper voice. Excuse me, miss, but... Oh, that's terrible. Rainbow Dash was on the floor again. Applejack chuckled and said, What was that? Keep going. Fluttershy had to stop laughing herself, but soon she recovered and spoke low. Excuse me, miss, but I was wondering if I could buy a potion from you, if it's not too much trouble. Oh. Rainbow Dash jumped in place. Remember how the chemist sounded? She was like... Her voice croaked and she was struck with a coughing fit. No, that wasn't quite it, Applejack commented, a smirk heard through her voice. That's still really rude, Fluttershy chided, but she wasn't that bad. She sort of sounded like, why not... She coughed as well, although her attempt was far better. Why not come closer, dearie? Yes, that's it, keep doing that. But it's mean. Why should I make fun of her? You're not making fun of her, said Rainbow Dash. It's a completely different pony, a made-up pony, a character. Yeah, a character. Then she shouted into the air, "Lights!" Nothing happened. Lights, AJ? Applejack sighed. She slowly stepped away and closed some curtains nearby. The others waited as she made her way around, and the room darkened, and soon the main source of light was the view screen. Only Fluttershy's distorted face was clearly visible. Lights! Awesome! Camera! A pause. I'm just pausing for dramatic effect, you know. Yeah, Applejack said. We know. Rainbow Dash pointed a hoof at Fluttershy. Action! Okay. She took a breath. Who's speaking first? Got it. The Royal Guard. No, the Travelling Knight. That works, right? Right. Okay, the Travelling Knight is, trying to buy potions from the potion seller. Action. Fluttershy moved into the knight's distorted position and said, Excuse me, miss, but That's too polite. Oh, come on, Applejack groaned. Let her act. No, seriously, Flutters. Knights are polite and all that. But they're also busy. So, I should be, straightforward? Yeah, like blunt, straight to the point. Okay. She spoke as the knight. Hello, potion seller. I'm going into battle, and I'd like to, I want your strongest potions. Both voices behind the camera whispered, Nice. She moved to be the potion seller, giggling as she noticed her face again. My potions are too strong for you, traveller. Oh, Applejack said. Where'd that come from? Rainbow Dash hissed. Quiet on set. The knight spoke. Potion seller, I tell you, I am going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. The potion seller responded. You can't handle my potions, child. They're too strong for you. The knight spoke more powerfully. Potion seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions. Applejack whispered. Change it up a little, Shy. Shh. Oh, okay, Fluttershy agreed. I think she became the knight again, but less somber. Enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potions. As the potion seller, she said with an understated glee. My potions would kill you, traveller. You can't handle my potions. You better go to a seller who sells weaker potions. Potion seller, I'm telling you right now. The seller interrupted, a dark tone in her voice. You don't know what you ask. I know what I ask, he said desperately. I'm telling you I need your strongest potions. With venom she responded. You can't handle my strongest potions. Rainbow Dash snorted. Applejack shushed her. No one can, she continued. My potions are not fit for a beast, let alone a stallion. A tear ran down the knight's face. Potion seller, what do I have to tell you to get your potions? I need them if I am to be successful in battle. A deep breath. I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are meant for the strongest beings. The knight's throat hitched in a concealed gasp, but he pressed on. Well then, that's it, potion seller. I'll take my business elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere for my potions and I'll never come back. Good. You're not welcome here. My potions are only for the strongest beings, and you are not of the strongest, are you? No, clearly you are of the weakest. The knight swallowed and stamped his hooves. You've had your say, potion seller, but I'll have mine. You're a rascal. You're a rascal with no respect for knights, no respect for anything but your potions. Why respect knights? Came the voice of the potion seller, dripping with evil, when my potions can do anything that you can. The knight prepared to speak. He held up a hoof and opened his mouth, but nothing came. Only Fluttershy threw her head into her hooves and sobbed. Whoa, it's okay, Applejack said, coming to her side. Rainbow Dash was with her quickly as well. Where the hay did all that come from? I don't know, she cried between gasps. It just happened. I was so mean. Well, it was amazing. Seriously, Fluttershy, you gotta give improv a try. I heard there's a... Applejack shot a look at Rainbow Dash, and then the camera. Oh yeah, well maybe we can put this away for now. She stood up and stepped behind the camera. as Fluttershy cried onto Applejack's shoulder. Now, let's see, where was that power button again? Big red one on the side, I think, Applejack told her. Oh yeah, here it is. The Fluttershy Effect. Chaos Theory in Action with Several Impossible Practical Applications. By Mockingbird. One part of Pegasus magic is called airfeel. It's the ability to sense what the wind is doing and how your own actions interact with it. Talented fly ponies like Rainbow Dash use airfeel every time they move their wings to create eddies in the air that pull the Pegasus forward instead of holding her back. Most Pegasi can use their airfeel to stay in the air more easily than they would without it. In the greater scheme of things, airfeel is at best a rather tiny part of harmony. At least that's what most ponies would tell you, if they ever thought about airfeel at all. According to unicorns and human researchers who invented chaos theory independently in two different worlds, many of our world's events might appear random but aren't. They merely seem random because we can't possibly understand them. Even the tiniest motion, even one flap of a butterfly's wings, creates a small eddy of air. That small eddy can slightly change how a larger breeze moves around a shrub or a cloud. The effects cascade, growing larger and larger. Months later, a hurricane might strike a different part of the coast than it otherwise would have. A city versus a forest, which is the least bad target? Because when we're talking about hurricanes, no target is a good one. If you were deeply, truly aware of your own actions, what a terrible responsibility. If you were a Pegasus, you might even be afraid to flap your own wings. I don't know why you find this so hard, Brass Whistle said. You spread your wings, you let your Pegasus magic sense the air's flow around you. Fluttershy's wings twitched nervously.
Eek!
The Pegasus filly screamed in a tiny voice. She folded her wings back against her side.
Sorry,
Fluttershy said.
it's just too much for me sometimes. It's like a million things all crashing in on me at once.
Brass Whistle reached up and rubbed his moustache. It's okay, he said. Go as slowly as you have to, even if it takes you a while to get used to it. Moving very slowly, seeming to quiver with fear, Fluttershy unfolded her wings almost all the way. Her eyes went squinty, as if she was struggling with an urge to block out the world. Good, Brass Whistle said. Closing your eyes is good, if it helps you concentrate on your airfeel. Fluttershy shivered.
Eyes open or eyes closed, it doesn't really help. It's pretty bad either way.
Brass Whistle nodded. Just stand like that for now, with your wings open. Well, I've got to go help all the other foals too. Good luck! She clapped Fluttershy on the shoulder as she went to check on the rest of the class. The slap on Fluttershy's shoulder forced her wing on that side to move in an awkward, unintended angle.
No!
She said, screaming almost as loudly as a mouse. But with the rest of the class talking and playing noisily, and the wind blowing in every pony's ears, Whistle didn't hear her. As far as she could tell, he usually didn't. It had been the worst flying accident of Fluttershy's entire life. She'd only ever slowed her fall very, very late, in the last moments before what could have become her death. Fluttershy had encountered a strange new kind of updraft and taken advantage of it. She was lucky not to be seriously hurt. Lucky indeed, if you could call it that. For
For the first time in her life, Fluttershy was on the ground. Fluttershy felt a tiny breeze as something moved. Her head turned to look. It was a small, colourful creature which seemed to be almost all wings, and only a little bit head and body. Fluttershy giggled.
Well, aren't you the cutest thing?
She said. The creature's flapping was very gentle. Fluttershy thought it was the way she herself would like to fly, if only her body was built for it. Unfortunately, her body was much larger and heavier than a butterfly's. To stay aloft, she had to exert hundreds or thousands of times as much force. The invisible eddies and ripples moved out in every direction, pushing unaccountable consequences into the world. She couldn't feel all the indirect effects. No Pegasus could, but she could feel enough to make it very uncomfortable for her. To Fluttershy's extraordinarily sensitive airfeel, her own flying was like some pony constantly screaming in her ears. No wonder she didn't like it. But if she could make friends with these ground creatures, grounders, earth ponies, whatever they were called, then she could just stay down here. They sure were weird looking. Even the flyers were pretty strange. They hardly looked like ponies at all. But they seemed nice, especially the hopping ones with the big long ears. Fluttershy had heard donkeys had big long ears, so these were probably donkeys. But she'd also heard donkeys were ugly, and these donkeys looked kind of cute. Maybe the ground wasn't nearly as bad as she'd been told, Fluttershy decided. She'd been here for at least 5 minutes, and no pony had bullied her even once. It wasn't like flight camp at all. Maybe this would work out just fine. Fluttershy felt a life-changing musical number coming on. "Found you," Rainbow Dash said. I'm here to rescue you." Fluttershy giggled.
Rescue me from what?
Rainbow vaguely waved a foreleg at the flowers and trees surrounding the two Pegasi. "This, the ground." Fluttershy smiled.
I kind of like the ground.
"What?" Rainbow said. "You're crazy." Fluttershy shook her head.
You know what a hard time I've been having at flight camp? How whenever I try to use my airfill, I just get overloaded and freak out?
Dashy just looked worried. I know you can do it,"
Down here,
Fluttershy said.
there's only half as much air around us.
She delicately stomped a hoof.
Half of what's around us is just ground, and ground mostly just sits there. There's not nearly as much to keep track of. It's a lot easier on me, and I don't even have to fly if I don't want to.
"Okay," Rainbow Dash said. "Whatever you say. But what about the monsters who live down here? Aren't you worried about them?" Fluttershy made a tiny snort.
They're not monsters, exactly. They're just different from us, that's all.
Years later, Fluttershy, Rainbow and several of their friends rode the overnight train toward the frontier town of Appaloosa. The sleeper cabin was dark, but with these particular ponies all together in the same room, the space was hardly quiet. It seemed some pony was always whispering and giggling, or even talking at full volume. Rainbow Dash felt especially bad because she'd been responsible for starting the late night noise. Rainbow knew Fluttershy needed a good night's sleep, but Dashy was also afraid her fillyhood friend was too timid to stand up for herself. Rainbow had an idea. "I don't see why Bloomberg gets his own cabin. He didn't do anything to earn it. A tree just sits there and grows. I guess it can't do anything that makes much difference." Rainbow snorted. "And Fluttershy's really quiet too. So why not let Fluttershy share the private cabin with Bloomberg? Let's just think of Fluttershy as a tree." Fluttershy said.
I'd like to be a tree.
Rainbow blinked. "Oh, of course." She hugged her fillyhood friend and whispered, "Of course sometimes you would feel that way." "Only sometimes," Fluttershy lied. "Being a Pegasus doesn't make me worry nearly as much as it used to." "That's good," Rainbow murmured. "I'm so glad you're feeling better." "It's not as bad with friends," Fluttershy said. That much at least was true.
Discord sat on a large rock, looking out at the valley below. He wasn't cheerful. Some ponies would call Discord a monster, some would call him a demon. A few might call him a god, but not the kind they would want to worship. It was lonely being a creature no one could possibly understand. He seldom talked about it, because who would ever understand? No pony and no creature, that's who. Beneath Discord, a yellow Pegasus walked across the grass. Another boring, trivial creature, Discord was sure. The only interesting thing about this Pegasus was that it was walking. Most Pegasus would fly instead. Maybe this Pegasus was injured? Still pretty boring. But Discord had promised Twilight and her little friends he wouldn't play bizarre, nasty pranks to try to make the world more interesting. The worst part was, after so many years of trying, Discord had come to decide that even his own perversity had limits. And he was bored with his own sick sense of humour. His promise to rein himself in might have appeared to be a great sacrifice, but it didn't really cost him much at all. The Pegasus twitched a wing. A tiny breeze from the Pegasus's wing travelled through the air, brushing up against a buzzing fly. The fly descended slightly. A frog's tongue shot out, catching the fly. Could it be? No, Discord thought, just a coincidence. The Pegasus' wing twitched again, then a third time. A minute later, a cloud of mosquitoes broke into two parts. Each new group went off in a somewhat different direction. 2 minutes later, the second group of mosquitoes flew past a dragonfly couple. The predator insects darted and tore through the mosquitoes, catching and eating their fill. It was not a coincidence, Discord decided. With the tiniest, gentlest actions, that Pegasus was deliberately using chaos in ways that any unicorn scholar could tell were theoretically impossible, because the whole point of chaos theory was a pony couldn't use it that way. You couldn't control the outcomes like that. But impossible or not, the Pegasus was doing it, just to help feed her little animal friends. This was the most interesting thing Discord had seen in he didn't even know how many pony lifetimes. The strange mismatched creature slid off the rock and walked downhill. Hello, Fluttershy was it? Hello, Discord. The Pegasus smiled. Are you here as a friend? Discord leaned sideways, casually resting one forearm upon empty air. If you'll let me be. It was the beginning of a beautiful friendship. How had Fluttershy decided to take a walk through that one specific valley on that particular morning at that exact time anyway? Discord had finally found some creature who presented him with a mysterious play of chaos that even he couldn't quite fathom. Fluttershy's chaos was kind in ways he could understand, and gentle in ways he sometimes couldn't even grasp the workings of. It wasn't drastic and mean and cruel at all. No wonder he grew to love her. One day in Ponyville, Twilight waved hello to Fluttershy. Slight breezes from Twilight's movements brushed Fluttershy's wingtips. The Pegasus's hyper-developed airfield sensed an imminent interaction between Twilight and the Cutie map. And what was that strange tingle? It reminded Fluttershy of Starlight Glimmer, that egocentric unicorn who had tried to reorganize an entire town around what she personally wanted. Glimmer had tried to make sure a specific fillyhood disappointment would never happen to her or any pony else ever again. This felt a lot like that, but a million times worse. It had a strong tinge of time travel too, like the week when Twilight had met her own future self and had driven herself half crazy trying to organize all ponies to make sure the future turned out the way it should. But this time the feel was both deeper and nastier. The connection seemed to stretch mostly backward into the past and into many, many different possible outcomes for all Equestria and beyond. What a horrible mess! Fluttershy felt too many timelines that just seemed to cut off or taper off into worlds where no pony survived. Fluttershy shuddered. There! Fluttershy felt her way through. Fluttershy could do a seemingly inconsequential thing, but in a moment of future trouble or past trouble, time travel with multiple timelines was hard to talk about. When Twilight felt lost and desperate, Twilight's memory of this moment would reassure the Alicorn and cheer her up. It might even give her an idea or two. Fluttershy asked, "Are you on your way to the spa, so you and Rarity can have some ponies smear mud on your faces?" Fluttershy smiled. "Isn't it funny how such a fussy pony would want to get her face all dirty?" Twilight chuckled. "No spa for me today. I've been getting the strangest readings from the Cutie map. I think something big is going to happen soon, but I don't know what." "Oh, I hope you can take care of it." "No, let me take that back. Whatever it is, I know you can solve it." "Thanks, Fluttershy. I feel better knowing I have your confidence." Fluttershy giggled. She said, "I know you do." Greenish light shone through a castle window. Twilight said, "Talk later, gotta run." As the princess ran toward the Castle of Friendship, Fluttershy said, too softly to be heard, "I really do know you can do it." The timelines felt better now. It would be enough. Tomorrow would happen. Fluttershy and her friends would be in it. And they would be together in a happy, peaceful Equestria. Objectively, Twilight thought, the latest threat to Equestria seemed pretty bad. Should she be worried? No, she snorted to herself. She should be terrified. But Twilight was sure that somehow things would turn out okay. Twilight didn't know why the world seemed to work that way. Sure, the elements of harmony helped, but she thought there was more to it than that. Maybe the underground roots of the tree helping to hold the world together? Could be, she thought. Twilight knew she didn't understand it, but Twilight was never so glad to live in a world where, when a story impinged upon the future of the world and affected every creature in Equestria and beyond, Twilight could count on she and her friends somehow finding a way to a happy ending. Twilight remembered the time she'd mentioned this mystery to Rainbow Dash. Why was it always possible to save the world? Her fast-flying friend said it was because of the friendship and teamwork between ponies of all three pony races, and the fact that Pegasus' magic was totally awesome, even or especially Fluttershy's. Twilight giggled to herself. Pegasus barely even had magic, so of all the explanations any pony could imagine, at least there was one answer she could safely rule out. But even if Dashy sometimes said things that didn't make a lot of sense, Twilight was still glad to have the Pegasus as a friend. Friendship really was magic, and if Twilight didn't have all the answers, she would still keep looking. Maybe Twilight would never understand everything, but she still had fun trying. Fluttershy by Salavanth. Happy birthday, Fluttershy! Amidst a chorus of confetti, streamers and party poppers, Fluttershy's favourite 5 ponies clustered around her to offer their congratulations. Applejack came up last and chuckled. Happy birthday, Fluttershy. Your 21st no less. I tell ya, I've been waiting for this one for nearly a year now. Oh? Fluttershy said. Why is that? Well, you know what happens when you turn 21, Rainbow Dash said. Oh, yes, Fluttershy said. It means I can vote in town elections and make an extra bit per hour from animal sitting, and... I think she means drinking, Fluttershy, Applejack said with a grin. And to celebrate that in style, we got one of Sweet Apple Acre's finest barrels out of storage for you. Oh, Oh, you mean alcohol? Oh, I've heard ponies talk about that. Are you sure it's safe? Fluttershy said. It's fine, darling, as long as you know your limits, of course. Surely you must have at least had a few sips of wine in your time, dear, Rarity said. Oh, no, my parents never drank. You see, they were never quite as adventurous and extroverted as I am, Fluttershy said. 5 ponies stared at Fluttershy in utter awe. Applejack subtly waved Twilight over, and they clustered behind Fluttershy out of earshot. Twilight? Applejack asked. If Fluttershy's parents were, more Fluttershy than Fluttershy, how did they, even get Fluttershy in the first place? I don't know, Twilight said, staring at Fluttershy as though she was a fascinating scientific phenomenon, only just now discovered by pony kind. Applejack said as the silence drew on. Easy enough to make up for last time now. Yes, that's right, Rainbow Dash said. Fluttershy on cider. I've been waiting so many years for this. First mugs for the birthday girl. Rainbow swiftly filled it up and offered it to Fluttershy. Oh, I don't know, Rainbow, Fluttershy said, starting to shy away from the proffered mug. Come on, Fluttershy, it's your 21st. If you're not going to go a little overboard now, when will you ever get the chance again? Rainbow said. Well, I guess so, Fluttershy said. She reached out for the mug and cautiously took a sip. Then a much larger sip. Her eyes widened. She clutched the mug with both forehooves and began to flap into the air. She took another sip, draining a substantial portion of the mug. Licking her lips, she took a deep breath. She's not going to, is she? Rarity said. I think she is, Twilight said. Fluttershy broke into song. What is this drink filled with so many wonders, casting its spell that I am now under? Spices in the mug make the taste so appealing, and it fills me with such a warm feeling. Oh, cider has such a wonderful charm, and I owe it to the Apple Family Farm. If I knew this drink would be tasting so right, I'd have drunk it sooner and every night. Fluttershy proceeded to chug the rest of the mug, to unanimous surprise. Girls, Applejack said, what the heck have we just done? Rainbow Dash laughed, half in excitement, half in apprehension. Oh wow, one way or another, this is going to be awesome. This is delicious, Fluttershy shouted. Of course, a Fluttershy shout was only slightly louder than any other pony whispering softly, so only Rainbow actually picked up on it, and she had no intention of saying anything that might jeopardize Fluttershy's intake. May I have another? Fluttershy said. She pushed the mug towards Applejack with her forehooves and looked up at her pleadingly. Applejack grinned. Sure thing, Fluttershy. Let me just, serve every pony else one too. Yeah, I kinda drank the first one so fast that no pony else got any yet. Oh, of course, I'm sorry, Fluttershy said meekly. I want every pony to enjoy my party, not just me. The drinks were served out in short order as the party began. Laughter was had, dancing was done, presents were opened, and of course, cider was consumed. As the dancing mix finally came to its conclusion, Fluttershy headed towards Applejack and her barrel of magical elixir, having to walk rather slowly and deliberately for some reason. Wow, Applejack, Fluttershy said. I never knew apple drinks could taste so wonderful. She clapped her hooves over her mouth. Not that I'm saying apple juice isn't wonderful, because it is, but this is just the most indescribably wondrous beverage, Fluttershy added, eyes pleading for forgiveness. I know what you mean, Fluttershy, May want to slow down a tad though. Bad side effect of cider. Drink too much and you won't feel all that good the next morning, Applejack cautioned, passing Fluttershy a half mug. Fluttershy! Fluttershy! Pinky yelled out as she jumped, waving wildly at Fluttershy, who was less than 10 feet away. It's your turn to play pin the tail on the pony! Okay, let's play, Fluttershy said, rushing over to the game eagerly. Every pony except Pinky exchanged glances at this. Fluttershy took a sip and put down her mug to play as the blindfold went on. Pinky spun her around repeatedly and put her in the direction of the target. Don't feel bad, guys. Pegasi have a natural sense of direction. I'm guessing she'll get an easy second place. Behind me, of course, Rainbow said. Fluttershy took a couple steps towards the wall, 3 steps to the left and a couple steps to the right, then lost track. Hitting the wall, she tried to pin the tail, only to find it wasn't going in. She tried several more times, growing steadily more confused. Fluttershy, Twilight said, you've missed the paper. You're trying to pin the tail on the tree. Fluttershy lifted her blindfold as every pony struggled to contain laughter. She giggled and giggled again, then started giggling, and giggling couldn't stop as every pony else joined in. She clutched her sides, tears welling up as she rolled from side to side on the floor. Finally, she was able to articulate a sentence. I wasn't even playing pin the tail on the pony, she said, snorting with barely contained laughter. It was pin the tail on the tree. It wasn't even all that funny, but it set every pony off laughing again, until none of them could even remember who was supposed to go next. Rarity yawned as she surveyed the remainder of the party. Small amounts of snack food scattered here and there, like the last floating flotsam of a sinking ship. Ponies sitting or lying around and talking, energy waning. Suddenly, a face appeared in front of her, shocking her out of her mind. Not because a face had appeared, but because a face had appeared in front of her and it wasn't Pinkie Pie. Hi, Rarity, Fluttershy said. Have you seen Applejack? I just wanted to, Fluttershy trailed off and glanced down at her cider mug. Cider! That was it! I was hoping to thank Applejack for the cider and to get another mug if it was not too much trouble. Oh, wait, not too much. Would that mean too much? I wanted to thank Applejack for the cider, Fluttershy finished triumphantly. I think she's in the bathroom, Fluttershy, Rarity said. Fluttershy headed over to the cider station, filled the mug up herself, and headed upstairs towards the bathroom. As she left, Rainbow Dash gravitated towards Rarity. 2 cupcakes balanced on her front hooves, a feat she'd somehow managed while flying under the influence of a moderate amount of cider herself. Cupcake? Rainbow offered. You don't think she's had a little too much, do you? Rarity said, levitating the cupcake. Nah, Fluttershy's fine. She just loosened up a bit, that's all. Come out of her shell. There's a reason I was looking forward to this, Rainbow said. Fluttershy slowly headed up the stairs. Wonderful things those were. Stairs. She stopped to reflect on that for a second. I mean, which pony came up with stairs? I mean, one moment you were down there, then the next you were up here. Her mind churning slowly as she kept walking. She decided it wasn't a Pegasus. Pegasi could just fly. So that narrowed it down to about 2/3 of Equestria. Progress! She reached the bathroom at this point, sadly ending the march of scientific discovery. She had more important things to do. She knocked on the door. Applejack, may I come in and talk to you? She said. What? No, Fluttershy. I'm in the bathroom, Applejack said slowly. Fluttershy sat and pondered this as she sipped her cider. How would Twilight solve this? First, define the problem. Okay, she could do that. The problem was that Fluttershy was out here, and Applejack was in there, and this was a thoroughly undesirable state of affairs. So what was stopping her from simply going in there? Ah yes, the door. The door was her obstacle. So how did she defeat the door? Could she open it? No, the door was locked. Could she go under it? That was silly. Over it? No. There was only one possible rational course of action. Fluttershy walked away from the door. Twilight would be proud of her. She had distilled the problem down to its core essences, determined the exact nature of her dilemma, and made a plan to deal with the obstacle. Yes, foolproof. Fluttershy turned back towards the bathroom and charged full speed at the door. So, I guess it's probably time to wrap it up, Twilight said, right before she heard a tremendous smash. What in the hell was that? Applejack shouted from the bathroom as every pony rushed towards the area of the crash. Fluttershy lay in front of the door, which incredibly had actually suffered some damage, though not enough to actually break it down. A flush was heard and Applejack opened the door. Fluttershy, did you just try and break down the door? Of course I did, Applejack. I wanted to talk to you, and you wouldn't let me, Fluttershy said, as if trying to explain the obvious to a 5-year-old. Well, I think that's enough cider for you, Twilight said. Let's get you home. Twilight carried an unresisting Fluttershy with her teleportation magic. They headed down the stairs and were about to leave when Fluttershy spoke. Wait! Put me down for just a minute. I just want to do one last thing. No cider, I promise. Twilight put Fluttershy down against her better judgment. Fluttershy turned to Applejack. Deny me cider, will you, AJ? Put 'em up, she said. Applejack snickered. What did y'all just say? Put 'em up, Fluttershy said, staggering on 4 legs. She somehow managed to stand up on 2. Front hooves extended in front of her face. She started to take a step towards Applejack. Suddenly, Fluttershy was flat on her back in less than a second. What? She shouted. Applejack, how are you so fast? I didn't even see you move, she said in utter incredulity. Fluttershy, Rarity said. Yes, Rarity, Fluttershy said in a completely normal tone. Applejack didn't hit you, you fell over. You didn't see her move because she didn't move, Rarity explained. Oh, Fluttershy said. Oh. That explains everything, Fluttershy continued, awestruck. She felt as if she had just discovered the secret of the universe. Alright, Fluttershy, even I think you've had enough now, Rainbow said. Up you get. Rainbow and Applejack managed to bring Fluttershy to her feet again and keep her from swaying with their combined efforts. Fluttershy extricated herself from between them, but kept her feet. You know, Fluttershy said, I am so lucky. I am so lucky to have such special friends. I like having special friends. Like... Fluttershy turned towards the nearest pony, which happened to be Rarity. Like Rarity! Rarity! I do love our spa visits. They are truly an oasis of calm in what can otherwise be an extremely frenetic lifestyle. She's gone into big fancy words drunk now, Applejack whispered to Twilight. I don't notice anything different. Doesn't every pony communicate with a comparable lexicon? Twilight whispered back. And Rainbow Dash, we share a bond, you and I, Fluttershy said and winked at Rainbow. We share something that no pony else in this room has. I knew it, Rarity said, eyes sparkling. I always knew. Fluttershy rested a hoof on Rainbow's shoulder as Rainbow considered her next words extremely carefully. What exactly is this bond you're talking about, Fluttershy? Why, we're both Pegasuses, of course, Fluttershy said. We share a sacred bond in the sky. We Pegasuses. Fluttershy sat down. Pegasus. Okay, time to go home now, Twilight said as Rarity sank to the floor, wedding plans in shambles. Twilight! Fluttershy zoomed forward in a tackle hug that sent Twilight back a couple of steps as Fluttershy clutched Twilight's neck as though she was drowning. You are also very special, you understand me? My oft misunderstood desire for solitude. You are truly a rare gem, Twilight. Thank you. Fluttershy leaned forward and kissed Twilight on the forehead as Twilight tried to break free from Fluttershy's iron grip. You are a special friend, Twilight. Not in that way, because I'm totally into stallions, no matter what Rarity thinks. But if I weren't, we could totally be even more special friends. Rarity let out a wail of despair at the news as Twilight fervently wished an invisibility spell had been on her Learn New Spells checklist for last month rather than next month. Fluttershy let go of Twilight and looked around the room for any pony she hadn't yet seen, now drunk enough to realise something she should have realised a long time ago. Pinkie Pie! In that bookshelf! Pinkie popped out of the bookshelf in a move that would have driven the ponies mad had any of them been stupid enough to actually look directly at Pinkie when she was breaking physics. Yes! Thank you, Fluttershy! I started to think no pony would find me. Did any pony even notice I was gone? I did, Pinkie, Fluttershy said, because you're Pinkie, and that's all there is to it. Pinkie is Pinkie because only Pinkie is Pinkie, and no pony else can be Pinkie. Oh, thanks, Fluttershy, and you're the most Fluttershyest of all possible Fluttershies yourself, Pinkie said as they exchanged hugs. And Applejack, Fluttershy said, approaching her. Oh no, oh Celestia no, Applejack said. Fluttershy stopped before Applejack and bowed deeply before her. You, Applejack, provider of the liquid ambrosia that is apple cider, I grant you anything that is in my power to grant. Ask me of any boon that is within my strength to gift upon you, and it shall be yours. Stunned by the utter drunken sincerity in Fluttershy's message, Applejack began to look from side to side awkwardly, before suddenly an idea hit like a bolt of lightning. Fluttershy, as my boon, I hereby do request of y'all that y'all stay at Twilight's tonight and head to sleep. Right now, you're in no state to go home. Your wish is my command, Applejack, Fluttershy said as she staggered towards the steps. Rainbow and Twilight made sure she didn't fall, and as they all followed, Fluttershy curled up on Twilight's guest bed and fell asleep within seconds. Quietly, every pony tiptoed back down. Well, that was certainly something, Rarity said. Yeah, something, it certainly was, Applejack said. She's going to be regretting it in the morning, Twilight said. Ha! I'll say, Rainbow said. I wish I could drink, Pinkie Pie said. Sheer, absolute, blood-chilling horror struck the four ponies as they realised Pinkie Pie still wasn't of drinking age. But that's okay, I'll be 21 in 2 months, won't that be fun? Pinkie said, bouncing out the door. When she finally finished screaming, Applejack promptly galloped home, destroyed the entire stock of cider Sweet Apple Acres possessed, and never made another barrel again as long as she lived. Author's note. It's been pointed out to me that Fluttershy is a year older than Pinkie in canon. Since it's a very minor alteration to canon and this is a comedy fic, I've elected to keep it the way it is, thanks to the sharp eyes that pointed it out. If You Go Out in the Woods Tonight by King of Madness. Fluttershy hummed to herself as she finished checking on all her animal friends before bed. She had run terribly behind and it was now very late. The sun had long gone down and a nearly starless night had bathed Ponyville in darkness. Fluttershy shivered as a cool breeze passed. This was not her idea of a pleasant night. After seeing to the last of her animals, she made her way to her house, continuing to hum to herself in an effort to calm her nerves. Another cool breeze passed by Fluttershy, ruffling her feathers. The sound of a twig snapping made her jump. She would never say such to Luna, but Fluttershy was always weary of the night. The long, deep shadows it cast, the scarcity of nocturnal life to keep her company. It was all too easy to imagine something was watching you. Something bad. Fluttershy resisted the urge to fly top speed to her house and continued her steady walk. Be brave, Fluttershy, she thought to herself. There's nothing to be afraid of. This was most likely true, she knew, but that didn't stop the uneasy feeling in her stomach. She quietly sang the tune she had been humming, an old lullaby she loved as a kid. Ding, 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 dong. If you go out in the woods today, you're sure for a big surprise. If you go out in the woods today, you better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was will gather there together, because today's the day the teddy bears have the picnic. She was halted in her walk when she heard a sound. It was faint, like it was coming from far away, but it set her on edge nonetheless. She turned to the direction of the noise. There it was again. It sounded like some kind of animal, and it was coming from the Everfree forest. Fluttershy stood frozen in place, her eyes perked up and listening for any more of the noise. It was there again, more constant, so she could make out the details of the cry. It wasn't a cry she recognized from any animal she was familiar with, but she could recognize the anguish in its voice. Whatever it was hurt. Fluttershy had always feared the Everfree forest at the best of times, let alone in the dark of the night. The thought of going into it right there and then, all alone, was enough to make her stomach drop and her heart thump against her ribcage. But compared to the thought of leaving that poor animal to suffer all night, it was nothing. With a deep breath, she ran into the forest. At first, she stayed on the path that she and the others would usually take, but it became clear that the creature's cries were coming from somewhere far off the path. Without hesitation, she glided over the thorned bushes and galloped deeper into the forest. Shaded from the moon by the tops of trees, Fluttershy grew increasingly anxious in the growing darkness. She seemed surrounded by a maze of trees whose twisted bark resembled scowling faces and whose branches looked like clawed hands reaching out to grab her. What a dreadful thought it was to be lost in this place. Still, the creature's cries pulled her forward. She also reminded herself that once she found the poor thing, she could fly out of the forest and back home. So there was no real way of getting lost. Unless something happens to my wings, Fluttershy's worried side thought. She mentally told herself to shut up and focus on finding the creature. As she got closer, the creature's wails became more clear. It sounded strange, like some kind of mix-mash of different animals. Fluttershy slowed her trot as she got nearer. She could pick up hints of different animals and the creatures screaming. From the roars of bears to the chirping of birds, to the hissing of snakes to growls of timber wolves. It sounded unnatural, almost synthetic. She reminded herself that the Everfree was home to many strange creatures that would seem abnormal to most ponies, and in any case, it was no reason to leave the poor thing wounded. Despite her resolve, the knot in her stomach tightened. The sounds were close now. She could pick up more noises in the mix. Crying. The crying of a foal. Or was it laughter? Or was it screaming? Or none? Or all? This was wrong. She shouldn't be here. She could feel it in every ounce of her being. Something was wrong here, and she should leave. Fluttershy swallowed hard and pressed herself against the tree. The noises were right on the other side. She could still hear the pain in its voice. I can't just leave it. It could be injured, Fluttershy told herself. I have to at least look. I have to know. The noises seemed to get louder as she forced herself to slowly move to the side of the tree, preparing for what she was about to see, unknowingly closing her eyes as she faced the source of the noises. With a deep breath, she forced them open. Nothing. She was facing a small clearing in the massive trees, still covered by the canopy of leaves above her. Yet even in darkness, she could see that nothing was there, and what's more, the sound had stopped. Confused, Fluttershy cautiously stepped into the clearing, looking around for where the source of the noise could have gone. There was no sign that anything had been there, animal or pony. The ground seemed undisturbed. Nothing, not a single clue as to what was making those sounds or where it could have gone to. At this point, Fluttershy's drive was gone and she opened her wings to fly the heck out of there. But she froze when she heard humming. Still as a statue, Fluttershy slowly moved her eyes around to find the source of the sudden humming. That's when she realized that she knew the tune. In fact, it was the same one she had been humming just before she ventured into this dreary place. Hello? Fluttershy asked out loud. She wasn't entirely sure why she did it or if she expected an answer. That's when the humming turned to singing. If you go out in the woods tonight, you're in for a big surprise. The voice allowed Fluttershy to finally realize where it was coming from. She slowly looked down and not a second later, the ground opened up. She fell screaming into some kind of tunnel, tumbling and rolling through until she landed on a pile of sharp rocks. Wincing, she opened her eyes to find herself in total darkness. For a while, she could hear only her own heavy breathing and the shuffling of the rocks under her as she tried to get up. Then the voice returned. Do dun 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 dun. If you go out in the woods tonight, you better go in disguise. It isn't safe to be out late. There's monsters here that kill and rape. And tonight's the night that you, my dear, made a big mistake. Horrified by these words as they echoed in the cavern, Fluttershy stumbled in the dark, away from the voice, to her increasing terror. She heard the shuffling of the rocks from nearby, coming towards her. Remembering her wings, she flexed them. Other than some bruising, they weren't hurt from her fall. With a jump, she made to fly away, only to hit her head on the cavern's ceiling. Everything went blurry as she fell down onto the pile that seemed to completely cover the floor. She put a hoof to her head and felt the warm, sticky sensation of blood. She moved her other hoof around to get her bearings in the blackness she was stuck in. When it came to rest on a particularly oddly shaped rock, she absent-mindedly traced her hoof over it, and her eyes shot open at her discovery. There was no mistaking it. The defined shape, the sockets, the row of chipped teeth. It was a skull. With the realization came an even more horrifying one. These weren't rocks covering the floor. Adrenaline pumped through Fluttershy as she got up, and upon hearing the shuffling nearly upon her, she quickly fled. While she wasn't able to fly in such a closed area, she could still use her wings to balance her steps on the uneven ground. She had to get out of here. She knew she had to get out of here. But how? She couldn't see a thing. She was underground, and that thing was behind her. There was no way she could attempt to go back to the shaft from where she came with the monster there. So all she could do was move. Fluttershy went face first into a solid wall of rock. Blocked. Need to move. She turned, having her wing graze the wall, and ran until she felt nothing more on her wing. She turned to the opening and continued, the sound of bones shuffling behind her, driving her forward. The creature continued singing, this time in a different voice.
If you go out in the woods tonight, you better not go alone. If you go out in the woods tonight, oh now you're on your own. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, just darkness here, you're trapped inside. Tonight's the night that you, my dear, made a big mistake.
Fluttershy felt tears welling up in her eyes. She continued to stumble along, bumping into walls and turning corners, but not seeming to make any progress. She still couldn't see, and that thing was still following her. Could it see her, at the very least? It knew where she was, and had no trouble following her. Fluttershy couldn't help, but the creature was toying with her, that it could catch her at any times. Maybe it wanted her to tire herself out. Maybe it wanted to see how long it would take for her to give in. She couldn't give in. She had to keep moving. How big was this cavern? She had been stumbling through the dark for what seemed like ages. The bones never stopped crunching and shifting under her hooves. How creatures met their end down here. Was she next? Keep moving. The creature continued to sing in different voices, constantly shifting between them. So many voices. Did they belong to its victims? Clip and clop, you try to run, yet your time here has just begun.
Fumble and tumble all through the night, but you will never find the light.
You've lost your way from up above, away from all of those you love.
You were a fool to follow my trail, a trail you followed straight to hell.
A foolish pony in our trap, and now, my dear, there's no way back.
We'll make you scream, we'll make you cry, we'll cut your wings so you can't fly.
We'll break your legs against the wall, we'll squeeze your head to crush your skull. We'll make you swallow sticks and stones, we'll rip your flesh right off your bones. On and on the creature sang, the plethora of voices echoing throughout the pitch-black tunnel with every sadistic verse. To Fluttershy, the voices seemed to come from every direction. There seemed no end to this cavern, no end to the sea of death surrounding her, no end to the darkness. She cried, "Please, please, don't hurt me," she begged, cowering against a wall. A chorus of laughter answered her. The voices were all around her. Shuffling of bones were all over the place. She had no place to go. She couldn't hide and she couldn't run, and begging did nothing. All she could do was cry and wait for the monster to take her. This was it, she thought. She would soon be just another drop in the sea of bones. Would the monster take her voice too? Would it use her voice to lure in her animals? Lure in her friends? It was that very thought that snapped her out of her haze of defeat. The thought of what the creature would do to her was one of the scariest things she could imagine, but compared to the thought of the same happening to her friends, it was nothing. She was going to escape. She was going to live and take care of her animals and help her friends, not let this horrible monster get them. She didn't know how, but she had to hold on to whatever hope she had. and if she was in fact going to die here, she would not die cowering, but fighting. With a final prayer, she quickly got back on her hooves and, facing the wall, bucked out her hind legs. They connected with something. Fluttershy could not for the life of her describe what the creature felt like. It was as if her hooves went numb on contact with it. Whatever thoughts of it were immediately drowned out by the screams and yells of hundreds, maybe even thousands of voices of animal and pony alike. And in the same instant the cavern was filled with an army of voices rising out of pain, anger, and surprise. Fluttershy fled. If the creature was playing with her before, it would surely not be now, and she needed to put distance between them. Yells and roars echoed throughout the tunnels, nearly deafening in volume. The shuffling of bones was replaced by a torrent, the sounds of brittle remains colliding against rock mixed with the monster's shouts. Fluttershy let out a squeal when some of the bones hit her, but she didn't slow down. She dared to take off from the floor on the chance the room may be more open. While it was higher than before, her back soon scraped against the ceiling. Biting her lip against the pain, she managed to land on her hooves and continued her trot. Again she collided with a wall, but with every bump she bounced off it and continued to evade the creature. She ignored every bruise and cut. She had to focus on escaping. The monster was gaining on her, bounding through its grisly horde, growling and laughing in several voices. Closer and closer it got. For all Fluttershy's hope and determination, it was fruitless. She still couldn't see, nor did she have any idea where she was or how to escape. Her body was aching, her head was pounding, and she was running out of breath. It was right behind her. I tried. In a final act of defiance, she halted her gallop, skidding across the floor, and bucked out her hind legs once more. The monster was evidently prepared this time, and while Fluttershy's kick missed, she felt a sharp blow against her abdomen. She went flying through the air and landed hard against what seemed to be a hole in the wall. With her lower half dangling off the side, dazed from the blow, Fluttershy caught a fresher scent in the air. She felt the dirt on the ground under her and noticed the lack of bones. All of this clicked in her mind and snapped her out of her daze. It was a tunnel leading to the surface just like the one that had dropped her in. Judging from the noises made by the monster, it realized this the same time she did. She had no time to waste. Fighting against her exhausted body, she pulled herself the rest of the way into the hole and quickly started climbing. The creature hissed and roared and cursed behind her. The tunnel was curvy and awkward. It was too thin to fly through, but Fluttershy was able to use her wings to press herself into the walls of the tunnel, steadying herself in a hurried ascent. The sounds of monster did not diminish. Fluttershy could feel the vibrations of banging and rumbling through the tunnel. It was still chasing her. Continuing to climb the jaggedly made tunnel, Fluttershy caught a glimpse of light above her. It was small and slight, like the last star to fade away during the sunrise, and it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She moved upward as fast as she could. She was so close. The monster knew she was getting away. The trembling of the tunnel's walls got stronger and stronger the closer Fluttershy got to the tiny, precious light. Closer, closer. She could hear the ominous yet wonderfully natural sounds of the ever-free forest. She could smell the cool air night. She could feel something brushing against her tail and hind legs. With a final push, Fluttershy blasted out of the loose land, covering the hole. As soon as she met the free air, she extended her wings and took off, breaking through the canopy of treetops, branches and all, and into the night sky. It took her a few moments to get her bearings, but once she was able to pinpoint the direction of Ponyville, she made her way home. doing her best to ignore the screeches of the monsters she left behind. Twilight was awoken by a tapping on her window. At first she dismissed it as the wind, but when it continued, she sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She lit a candle and looked to the window. Her eyes widened in surprise. Fluttershy? Indeed, the timid Pegasus was flying right outside her window. Confused, Twilight got out of bed and went to the window, opening it to greet her friend. Fluttershy, what are you? The question died on her lips as she got a good look at her. Fluttershy looked absolutely exhausted and shaken. Her mane was a mess. Her eyes were unfocused and she was covered in cuts and bruises. There was some blood on her mouth that Twilight couldn't tell was from a busted lip and internal bleeding. Either way, the Pegasus was in bad shape. Fluttershy, what happened to you? Please come in. Fluttershy crawled to the window, landing on shaky legs. Twilight held her friend steady, grabbing her gently so as not to hurt her. Fluttershy, what happened? Are you okay? Fluttershy looked at Twilight and slowly nodded. Yes, I'm okay. I escaped. Escaped from what? Twilight asked with growing concern. Fluttershy swayed a bit and gulped. Something evil in the Everfree Forest. Twilight nodded and decided Fluttershy wasn't in a good state to answer questions. Alright, Fluttershy, let's get you cleaned up. Then you can get some rest here and tomorrow we'll talk about it. Fluttershy nodded and Twilight guided her to the bathroom. Before they reached it, Fluttershy said one more thing. Don't go out in the woods at night. Twilight nodded, deciding to wait until tomorrow for further explanation. With that, she brought Fluttershy to the bathroom and tended to her wounds. She wasn't even finished before Fluttershy fell asleep. You Comfort Fluttershy by Little Owl. 1:21 1:22 1:23 As you sit and watch the numbers change on your digital clock, your frustration at your awake and yet paradoxically exhausted brain increase as sleep strays further and further away from you. Damn insomnia. It was something you've had all your life, but recently was becoming a major issue. Initially you think that it won't be a problem as you close your eyes, to take joy from the simple pleasure of having your mind completely shut off from the world, ready to be full of beans and raring to tackle the morning ahead. That's when the minutes start to tick by, about 10 or 15 to be exact, before you realise that you aren't asleep. In fact, you aren't even tired, and you realise that all this time you've been forcing your eyes closed. Some nights you would toss and turn, searching for that sweet spot for your brain to go, enough, sleep now. But you can never find it until you wake up the next morning realizing you only got about 2 hours sleep in said position. But the worst nights are when you just lie there, still, as if in purgatory, eyes wide open as your clock continues to pass the minutes by as you stare at it, deafening you with its monotonous rhythmic ticking that should be enough to put you to sleep if you weren't so wide awake. Not helping matters is the storm outside. The rain could be relaxing if you were in a especially tired mindset, but on sleepless nights like these, it's nothing but a nuisance. You look out towards the window, completely obscured by the dark, though you could see the outlines of little droplets trickling on the windowsill, ending in a small puddle at the bottom. This eventually becomes completely obscured by the vapor misting the window, and you are left once more with nothing to direct your open, wide eyes towards. The brain buzz continues to keep your eyes open. Part of you thinks about turning the lights on and reading a book to help relax you. Options included a bevy of ones Twilight gave you, before realizing that you have already read all of those during previous occasions of restlessness. However, there was that one book Fluttershy gave you on animals you haven't read yet. Maybe that would be an option. Fluttershy. Just the thought of that name already developed a fog of happy, relaxing thoughts in your brain. There was just something about her, as much of a cliche as it sounds, but not even all the wonderful traits that you could name just off the top of your head. It was just her aura, her presence. Just her being in the same room as her is enough to increase your heartbeat and make you feel a warm sensation inside. As these delightful thoughts caress your brain, you feel your extremities lower themselves against the covers. No conscious instructions necessary. A blink. Another blink. There is still hope. It's only 1:30 in the morning. You can get a half-decent 7.5 hours sleep before you have to get up for work. Such desperation to not spend your working day a sleep-deprived zombie will surely be enough to get you to sleep. You rustle in your covers, pulling your crumpled sheets back over your end of the mattress. You fluff your pillow, making a neatly woven place for your head and the pillow to do the rest as it consumes you with its blissful fluff. Yes! That was a blink! Now is the moment as you lay your head down, getting one last glimpse of the world. But just when you're about to open your eyes, you hear the turning of the knob and the very slow squeak of your door moving inwards towards your room. You feel like swearing every demeaning profanity at this newcomer that has just ruined your final chance at a good sleep. You're about to give them a piece of your mind until a singular yellow hoof is placed on the front of the door, and you can hear a slight tremble as Fluttershy moves her head around the door, the bottom of her teal eyes barely visible as she peers round to reach your gaze as the red mist swelling inside of you fades into an aura of confusion and concern. You smile warmly towards her as she opens her adorable little mouth to speak. "Oh, sorry," she says quietly, as if to salvage some of the quiet in the room so that you can return to sleep, only to realize just how fully awake you are. "I hope I didn't wake you. I know how difficult and rare it is for you to get a good sleep. I sincerely hope I didn't interrupt one of those." You can't help smiling at her. Though her timid nature hindered her confidence, it made her a very considerate and sensitive pony. For all her flaws, there were traits that gravitate you towards her. Your smile fades, however, when she starts to speak once more with a slight tremble. I just came in because..." She seems to struggle to get the words out. I trust you, and I thought the only way I could feel better was if I came to you. Something about you just being there. I thought it would be enough to make me feel better." Your smile grows broader as her face lights up slightly as she continues. "You probably want to know why I'm here," she continues sheepishly, turning her face away slightly. "You see, I had a nightmare." Your face quickly falls to deep concern as your heart twists in your chest as you stare at your dear friend. No wonder she seems so upset. Every part of your human instinct tells you to reach your arms out towards her and hold her close. You even feel droplets forming in your eyes before suddenly realizing that she was the one who was upset. It's not about you anymore. You don't care about falling asleep. Instead, it's about being there for your friend, and not just any friend, but one that's connection with you is firm and true. A friend whose kind personality and natural beauty only make you care for her as equally as you know she cares for you. Here she is, silent and scared, but also the radiant Fluttershy that was so very much worth protecting. I tried going back to sleep, but I was just too scared. She then blushes ever so slightly. Could I possibly, stay with you, at least for a little bit? Then I promise I'll go back to sleep. You nod. She could stay for the entire night as far as you were concerned. Anything to make her feel better. You motion for her to come towards. Fluttershy climbs in with you, her pink and yellow appearance adding a splash of colour to your boring white covers. You hold an arm up as she scooches closer towards you, and then lower it tentatively before softly making contact with her soft yet delicate touch. You feel her silky pink mane slide down against your sides as she leans her head against it and shyly wraps a hoof around your ribs, before a stifled, nervous sigh leads her breath. Thank you. I really needed this, she says quietly, glancing her eyes to the door, almost as if she is checking to see if the nightmares aren't following her. The sadness and worry you feel inside towards your friend is simply palpable. Whatever the dream was, it scared her good. You can confidently say you have never seen Fluttershy, such a timid and fragile soul as she is, in such a state. You feel helpless, as all you can do is hold her in your arms. Your mind tells yourself to ask if talking about the dream will help, but decide against it in fear of bringing up harmful memories of the clearly unpleasant dream. She came to you so you could chase the nightmares away, not bring them up again. However, talking about them and getting a sense of perspective for them would help you be able to comfort her more, telling her that there's no such thing as the monstrous imaginary figment her dream came up with. Plus, it could give her a sense of perspective, a realization that dreams are in no way real, to the point where she would consider herself silly for even thinking that dreams are real. She could never be silly. Not to you, except for the fact that she trusts all of you people. You stir at her speaking once more. You are probably the only one I can talk to about this. I trust you. You wonder for a split second if she had just read your thoughts. You conclude that it was just coincidental. However, you wouldn't be so surprised if she did read your mind. Over the time you have known her, you have gained an almost telepathic connection with her. She knows how much you need to hear that she trusts you, and just how much you know that what she needs is someone to listen to her, but also give her a push so she will have the strength to be more confident, especially when it came to talking about emotions. It's moments like these that you realize the true extent of you and hers very strong bond, despite the fact you have known each other for a brief amount of time. You hear Fluttershy inhale deeply as she was able to speak out her biggest and darkest secret. Well, I should probably tell you about the dream. It went like this. I was playing with Angel. You remember my little bunny? At first I thought it was a good dream. Everything was so bright and vibrant and sunny, and we were playing in the springtime flowers." She smiled dully before her face fell to a sure frown once more. "But then the dark clouds gathered above us. An angel started running. I couldn't stop her before she reached the everfree forest. I called out for Angel, but I couldn't find him anywhere. That's when I turned and saw two very big bunnies behind me. Only two at first, but then there were multiple, and they began surrounding me." She starts to shudder as her voice begins to break. "They started calling me a murderer as the thunder got louder and louder. And that's when the dream ended. I woke up in a hot sweat, and She begins crying, quietly but with uncontainable despair, burying her face into your chest as you quickly held her in one hand and went to stroke her mane in the other. Looking for any way to comfort her, you have to check that she can breathe properly as you squeeze her close to you, never wanting to let go of the sobbing mare. You cannot stand seeing her like this. You will not stand to see her like this. You will be the knight in shining armor she deserves, chasing away the nightmares so she can sleep and return to a happy, caring self. This mare, it hurts to think about how much you love her. Yes, love her. You care too much about her to not feel this way. She moves her head to over your shoulder and wraps a tight hoof around your neck. Your tears flowing freely as much as Fluttershy's as you start to hear her breathing heavy, stifled breaths, drawn with anxiety and fear. This goes on for a good minute or two. Then her breathing slows, so consumed by the adrenaline of care, you don't fully feel the overwhelming warmth of Fluttershy's fur pressed against you during the embrace. Part of you feels it is necessary to let go and have some space to breathe. You do not want to let go, not until you are sure she is alright, until you feel Fluttershy's mane brush over your shoulder and against your ear as her head recedes and centers itself to meet your gaze. Her eyelashes glistening with the moisture of her tears, but through all of this you can see, faintly but very clearly, a sweet smile spread across her lips. The more she stares into you, threatens for more tears to emit. No, don't you dare say what you're about to say. I'm sorry. You once again press her towards you, your chest cushioning the sheer force of your arms, thrusting her head closer towards you. What could she be sorry for? I just woke you up in the middle of the night, just so I could come to you for pity, like the scared filly that I feel like I am sometimes. Fluttershy says once more, breathing steadying. You cannot believe what you are hearing. You have seen the progress she has made from being that scared filly she once was, to a capable and caring friend. Admittedly though, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In fact, the both of you have had countless nights of consoling, trying to get over horrible nightmare after nightmare. But you don't care. There is nothing, and not just nightmares, but in this world you think that is worth causing Fluttershy harm. No matter how silly the thing she is worrying about might be, you will help her through it. Yes, she has grown more and more capable as time has gone on to the point where she needs your help less and less. Doesn't mean you won't give it to her when the poor mare does need help. Of course you don't want to coddle her, but you don't need to, because she always gets through it. And out from the debris of whatever obstacle she faces, she always comes out the wonderful Fluttershy she always is and always will be. As the both of you lay there, you subconsciously find yourself forgetting your own problems about falling asleep. Thoughts instead focused on the now. shuddering less and less. Pink and yellow mare in your arms. You don't realize it, but you feel exhausted, though you would do it any day of the week. Feeling sorry for another is draining. All the adrenaline of pity, your own tears developing at the sight of another's. It's enough to knock a person out. Eventually realizing this, you begin to relax as Fluttershy releases herself from you, sniffling quietly. You really do care, don't you? She asks softly, before giggling at the sight of your facial expression. You're doing that cute thinking face you do. What are you thinking about? But she doesn't get an answer from you, as you just lay there, eyes wide open, for really you aren't thinking. Instead you are feeling the aura of warmth within the room, having just had a heart-to-heart with Fluttershy. I love you. A quiet voice is heard beside you. Immediately you blush hot pink. A rush of warmth comes to her cheeks as well. It's true, and just you and me alone here reminded me of why. Your heart is pure, and I truly believe you care for me. And you want to know the amazing thing? You don't even do anything. From just you being there, I can tell just how much I mean to you, and how badly you want to chase away those horrible nightmares. You are my hero. You turn away with a modest look on your face. Honestly, to you, caring for another is simply too important to overlook. It's a common courtesy to show one how much they mean to you before your time together runs out. To care for another is something everyone should strive to do each and every day of their existence. What you just did for Fluttershy feels like common sense. Furthermore, you didn't even need to think about said emotions. They just came naturally. Maybe they wouldn't come so easily if you were comforting anyone else. Fluttershy had that effect of evoking empathy from others, but you still needed to feel them. A part of your brain still needed to clock that Fluttershy was upset and she needed someone, anyone to be there for her. You did what you had to do, and in some way it helped you with your problems as well. Hey, the cute soft voice spoke, once again chirps up, tugging you gently by the shoulder. I'm feeling a lot better now, but she yawns and giggles afterwards. I'm a bit too tired to get back to my own bed, so I was wondering if maybe to fix my predicament, I could, well, she shuffles closer to you and wraps her hoof on your midsection. Stay with you tonight, plus I really don't want to be alone, and you are pretty comfy to snuggle. Your only response is a sweet smile. She lifts herself upwards as you shuffle around in the covers, trying to make yourself comfortable, lowering your body so it is lying flatly on the bed, the pillow propped downwards, tilted ever so slightly by the rest on the end of your bed. Fluttershy meanwhile lies on her side next to you, propping a hoof up on her head as she stares at you lovingly. You comforted me. I think it's time I return the favour. She then frowns into a pondering expression. I know positive affirmations. If it's for you, then it should be easy. Now, just relax. You exhale a sigh and purposefully close your eyes to relax to Fluttershy's soothing voice as you hear the light get turned off as Fluttershy leans ever so closely to your ear. Words cannot describe how wonderful I think you are, but I figure you would like me to try. Honestly, if you ever think that you are not a nice person or someone worthy of a pony like me, then remember what you just did for me tonight. Your kindness knows no bounds, and your always optimistic persona is enough to keep even the most depressed pony in a mindset that life is worth living. Because without you around, I cannot imagine what life would be like. You are also brave, funny, and so caring. I don't know anybody else like you. You are one of a kind, and you embrace your individuality as someone who just loves being himself. And do not think this goes unrecognized. I've had many conversations about you with the girls and others. Every single one of them agrees that their lives have become so much better since you entered them. I can happily say that I am one of those ponies with an insight to that amazing brain of yours. I feel like I have such a special connection with you, and I would never give that up for anything in the world. We can read each other like books. I feel like I know exactly what you are thinking and vice versa. I don't think I'll share that kind of bond with anyone else except for you. You are special to me and to others, and even if you have to be told it 1,000,000 times over, because let's be honest, you do doubt yourself a lot, I am still more than willing to tell it, because when you love someone as much as I love you, you will do anything to see them smile. You faintly hear her wipe away tears before leaning towards you and brushing her lips against your cheek as you are sent into a blissful shiver as your consciousness starts to fade. I love you, and I will always love you, no matter what happens. I will never forget what you did for me tonight. Good night, my love.
Midnight Munchies by L.D. Socrates. The night was perfect for a prowling predator. Luna's gleaming moon and her shimmering stars were hidden behind the clouds, cloaking the town in near-perfect darkness. The wind was lively, rustling the leaves on the trees of Sweet Apple Acres orchards, and covering any sudden noises like, say, the creaking of a floorboard or click of a lock. It was a witching hour to end all others, and a creature of the night could ask for no better. It was the sort of night that horror stories were made of. If only the creature of the night on the prowl that evening were more confident, intimidating, fiendish, and less Fluttershy. The butty yellow Pegasus crept up to the front door of the Apple family home, dressed in her black stealth hoodie suit, mostly because of the autumn chill. If she had any cold resistance when she turned into a juice-sucking bat creature, she didn't keep it with the fangs, or the thirst. She ran her tongue along her teeth, feeling the points of her new fangs again. The sharpness sent a little shiver through her as she dug the key out of her hoodie. Applejack had left it with Fluttershy to house-sit sometimes, but she kept forgetting to return it. Whether it was providence, divine or devilish, she didn't want to think about it. Her gaze looked on the keyhole, the only thing standing between her and a nice, big, juicy bite of... Fluttershy squeaked and rapidly shook her head. "What am I thinking?" she thought, somewhat answering to her own question. "I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't have even considered it. I should just go." A timber wolf howl from the forest that sounded entirely too close changed her mind right back. She bit back a yelp and jammed the key into the lock, rushing in stealthily, slamming the door. Panting heavily and fighting to bring her panic back down, she slid down the door and onto the floor. "Well, I'm in," she thought with a nervous frown. She screwed her eyes tight, the thirst welling up in her mouth again. She licked her lips, her tongue tingling and craving, her throat feeling cracked and arid as the Badlands. After a very dry swallow, she got on all fours and looked around. She was in the living room. No apple ponies there. Nothing of interest. There were the stairs, the den, the kitchen, and on the kitchen table sat one lone defenceless apple. Her dry mouth watered a little bit before she shook her head. "One last time. I'm going to try one more time," she promised herself as she snuck up to the fruit, as if it were going to notice her and run. It didn't. She skulked up to her juicy prey, took it in her hooves and sank her teeth into it. The recovered pegapire sucked it dry, the delicious juice running over her tingling tongue and leaving the helpless apple a withered, lumpy husk. The thirst was still there. It wasn't quenched in the least. Fluttershy's face twisted into an angry scowl, trying with all her might to not scream in frustration. Drat! Was the worst curse she could muster up, even in her own mind. "I'm still incredibly thirsty, but apples aren't helping anymore." She allowed herself a little groan as she tossed the apple she'd so victimized into the trash. Maybe I really should go to Twilight and ask for help. The thirst sparked again, Fluttershy screwing her eyes shut in pain. No, this is all her fault anyway. If she messes up again, who knows what I'll turn into. Her eyes snapped to the stairwell, only one option left. The butter-coloured van pony crept up the stairs, putting her hooves down only on the far sides of each platform. There was much less creaking that way. Half a lifetime of caring for animals and having to go downstairs for a snack without waking any of them up had taught her the finer points of stealth. She lied low, and when she arrived to the second floor, whatever instinct she might have as a predator kicking in, 4 possible bedrooms, more than 4 doors, not a problem. Her ears perked up and zeroed in on which rooms emanated the sound of ponies breathing. Fluttershy crept up to the closest one to her, peeking into the keyhole. Inside was Big Mac, fast asleep and cuddling some sort of doll, raggedy, ugly-looking thing too. "Not even I sleep with my toys anymore," Fluttershy giggled to herself silently. She passed him by, surprising the likes of Big Mac and getting even an accidental kick. Yeah, she wasn't about to risk a broken everything. She moved on to the next door and peeked in. All she could see was the white-haired bun of Granny Smith peeking out from the covers, her false teeth and a glass of water beside her bed. Fluttershy gagged a little and looked away, her appetite almost ruined. Almost. Not enough. She passed her by. The old mare's blood was probably thin and gross. She snuck up to the next door. Inside was Apple Bloom, her covers not exactly fully covering her. Must toss and turn in her sleep. The little filly shivered, and Fluttershy found herself having to struggle against her motherly instincts to break in and tuck Apple Bloom in properly. Gritting her teeth and letting out a small whine, she pulled away. She passed her by as well. Besides, feeding on a foal, just no. Fluttershy's eyes rested on the last door, only one source of breathing left. She took a deep breath herself before moving forward. Her legs quivered from sheer anticipation and thirst, trying with all her might to restrain herself from rushing in. An agonizing eternity of starvation later, she was before the door where her target had to be and peeked into the keyhole. Just as she expected and hoped, she saw the blonde tail of Applejack hanging out from under the covers inside, the cow pony's trademark hat hanging on the wall. The quivering went from up her legs to her entire body as she turned the doorknob. She tried her best to make her muscles go still, but the thirst was making her fangs ache, and her body was having none of that restraint nonsense. She snuck forward as best she could, her ears drinking in the gentle breathing of her sleeping prey-to-be. She found herself at Applejack's bedside, the farm mare wrapped in her sheets like a hot meal wrapped in tinfoil. Licking her lip, she gently eased the covers off her friend, exposing her body to both the cold and Fluttershy's gaze. The vampire looked Applejack up and down, drinking in every inch and detail. The mare was laying on her side, mouth open and a bit of drawl dripping out of the corner. It was almost cute, in a slightly squeaky way. Even cuter was her mane, which had already come down with a bad case of bedhead, the blonde mass of hair taking gravity and good looks only as light suggestions. Her chest was gently rising and falling, a little shiver going through her as she flicked her tail. Now, where to sink my fangs in? Fluttershy thought, smacking her lips and trembling with glee. Her eyes frantically swept up and down her friend's body, as if the answer were spelled in her fur. Neck. No, that might kill her. She is my friend and she's going to forgive me for this. She has to be alive. The back has too many nerve endings that might get severed. I doubt a leg would have much blood in it. Belly has too many vital organs. A little trickle of moonlight seeped in through the window, drawing Fluttershy's eyes to Applejack's Cutie mark, a simple, elegant, delicious-looking trio of crimson red apples, printed by fate itself onto a gorgeous set of thick, muscular hips that rippled with power from years of apple bucking. Without a second thought, or even a first one, Fluttershy opened her jaws wide and sank her fangs right into Applejack's flank. A happy moan escaped her throat as she sucked, a coppery yet sweet and sugary taste washing over her tongue and fangs. The texture was divine and plump, and soft despite the toughness of the muscle underneath. Her thirst vanished after only 2 swallows, her quivering in desperation replaced by a quivering in pleasure, leaving her to just enjoy her drink, basking in the taste on her tongue and feeling against her fangs and lips. Her demented euphoria lasted for maybe 5 seconds and ended with a hoop to her stomach. She skidded across the floor by her rump and bumped into the wall. What in the hay are you doing?" she heard Applejack say as she came down from her trance. What? Was all she managed to slur out, instinctively licking her lips for the last drops of blood. She blinked as she swallowed the last few drops, eyes wide in terror and her cheeks red in embarrassment. Did what? Because it's looking like you bit my butt to me," Applejack cut in, looking over the 2 fresh puncture holes in her hip. Fluttershy drawled a little at the sight, but rapidly shook her head. Well, I guess I did, but... But what? Applejack cut in again, a mix of confusion and anger on her face. Oh, I know what. You bit it. I'm leaking like a busted cider barrel. Who even does something like that? Fluttershy shrank back, trying to hide in the hood of her stealth suit like a turtle. I'm really sorry. What are you doing in that ridiculous sneaking get-up anyway? You didn't even take the bunny ears off, the cow pony yelled. Sis, is everything okay? Came Apple Bloom's voice from the hall. Applejack and Fluttershy both froze, turning to the wide-open door. I forgot to close it, Fluttershy scolded herself, mentally face-hoofing. Applejack quickly pulled her covers over her rear half as Apple Bloom rounded the corner and looked inside. You're making an awful racket, AJ. And, oh, hi Fluttershy. What are you doing here? She asked with an oblivious smile, her brow furrowed as she looked at the scene more closely. And why are you in my sister's room dressed like a bunny? Go to bed, Apple Bloom. Everything's fine, Applejack said firmly. Is this one of those things where you tell me that I'll know when I'm older? Apple Bloom asked her sister, Fluttershy's face growing red hot. You, bed, now, or I'm giving you one of Big Mac's chores tomorrow, Applejack barked with a glare. Yes, ma'am, Apple Bloom yelped, speeding off to her room and slamming the door. Applejack sighed in relief and climbed out of bed. She walked over to the door and shut it, a little pang going through Fluttershy with each drop of juice that had fell wastefully to the floor. Good thing she hasn't figured out yet that I would never be that cruel, Applejack chuckled tiredly. Yes, that's good. Fluttershy agreed quickly as she screamed internally. So, Applejack started, sitting on the floor, I'm kinda still bleeding, and I'm honestly kinda feeling faint. Could you maybe get some bandages out of the bathroom and patch me up? Last door down the hall. Gotta trust you won't bite me again. Of course, Fluttershy stammered, rushing out of the room. It wasn't until she was rummaging through her first aid kit that it occurred to her that she had no idea how to treat a vampire bite. Horse feathers. I'll just wing it, she thought before rushing back. Applejack was looking over her bed with a scrunched nose, turning over the sheets and covers. Well, these are going to need to be washed in some heavy-duty stuff right away. Getting bandages on your flank is more important, Fluttershy said. Lay down. Applejack shook her head and started gathering her sheets. Nah, I can wait a few minutes. I said lay down, Fluttershy snarled, teeth bared and fire in her eyes, the mama bear in her flaring up. Applejack stared at her in shock for a few seconds before stammering out, okay, and obeying, laying upright on her stomach. Good, Fluttershy chirped. On your side though, hind leg up. Need to bind it around your thigh properly. Applejack looked at her with a raised brow, cheeks a bit red. I don't think I'm going to do something like that after you. If you want to get better, you will, Fluttershy snapped. It barely took a second for Applejack to flop on her side and lift her leg straight up, eyes wide in primal fear. Fluttershy looked into her friend's eyes and sighed. Sorry, a lot of my patients are a lot more growly and bitey when they're in pain. Sometimes have to show them who's boss, even if I don't mean it. No, I understand. Tough love and all that. Sometimes have to show some with apple bloom, AJ admitted, fear abating somewhat. I saw, Fluttershy giggled, taking a roll of bandaging and wrapping it around Applejack's thigh, liberally applying antibiotic gel. The cow pony looked away with a bright blush while Fluttershy tried to keep her gaze in respectful places. After a minute of binding up the wound, Applejack finally spoke up. So, you going to tell me why you snuck into my house in a bunny outfit and bit my rear? Fluttershy cringed inwardly. I'm guessing you wouldn't believe me if I said Discord did it. I'm not really going to believe that, no, she said flatly. Look, I know you're not normally like this, so something must be up. Just spill the beans, Sugar Cube. Well, that is to say, Fluttershy swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Twilight's counterspell only somewhat worked. I still have my vampire bat fangs, and even though I don't want apples anymore, I'm still really, really thirsty. It's been driving me crazy, and in desperation, I may have she gulped, come to the conclusion that maybe an apple pony would do the trick, she admitted, voice getting softer and softer with each word. Really? That seems sensible? Applejack asked, giving her an odd look. Mm-hmm. Fluttershy nodded meekly, binding the bandages tight. Wow, you're really desperate, Applejack said, eyes going a bit wide. Did it at least work? Well, yes, I'm not thirsty anymore, Fluttershy admitted with a slight smile. She blushed and added, you can put your leg down now. Applejack lowered her leg with a nervous little chuckle. Right, sorry. If you're in that much of a bind, you could have just asked. Fluttershy lowered her gaze to the floor and shuffled. I know I should have, but what if you had said no? I don't think I could have taken another day of my throat feeling like it was full of sand. Fluttershy, we're friends, Applejack assured, and friends always got each other's backs when they're in trouble, right? She looked up to see Applejack smiling at her, and she couldn't help but smile back. Right. Unless they're doing something stupid about their problems like you did about the bats. No offence. None taken. I fully admit you were right about that one, Applejack said with a wave of her foreleg. Just promise me you'll see Twilight about this little blood-sucking thing, okay? Okay, Fluttershy fibbed. know where I'm going to let her mess me up even more. What can I do to make this up for you, though? Applejack shook her head. You don't have to do anything. Nobody really got hurt. You got hurt, Applejack. I should do something, Fluttershy fretted. Want me to work in the fields? Tend to the barn? Maybe help more with the bat sanctuary? Run errands for you? No, Fluttershy, it's fine, really, the cow pony insisted. Maybe get you a present, Fluttershy tried, completely ignoring her friend. A gift card? A new hat? Take you out to dinner? Just something. I mean, I already ruined that gorgeous juicy flank of yours, and The Pegasus squeaked and bit her lip, face heating up like dragon's breath. Did I really just say that? Sugar Cube, are you coming on to me? She asked, brow furrowed. Fluttershy cleared her throat and looked away. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it... Course, if you wanted a date, you could have just asked me for that, Applejack said offhandedly. Fluttershy blinked, staring blankly at Applejack. Come again? You, me, a date, Applejack said slowly, looking her square in the eye with a barely hidden smile. Let's call an apple, why don't we? You offered to take me out to dinner, and that sounds like a gay old time to me. I think that'd more than make up for tonight, don't you? But... Fluttershy shook her head and squeaked. Okay. You're paying, though, since this is your fault, Applejack chuckled. Meet me here tomorrow at 7 sharp and we'll call it even. She climbed out of bed with a little grunt and extended her foreleg. Deal? Fluttershy looked from the offered leg to Applejack, then back again. Is this really happening? This isn't really happening. I must be dreaming. Dates are not something that happen to me. She bit her lip, hard, her fangs digging painfully into her own skin. Okay, this isn't a dream. Why couldn't this be a dream? This is the last way I ever wanted to land a date. Fluttershy swallowed down her panic and extended her own leg, shaking Applejack's. Deal. Good, she nodded. I'll have decided where we're going by the time you get here. A big, loud, but somehow still cute yawn forced its way out of Applejack's mouth. I should really get to bed and sleep off this butt bite, she said, cocking her hip a little and looking at the already reddening bandages. And you should get out of here before anyone wakes up. Yeah, okay, Fluttershy nodded, hiding a bit behind her mane as she trotted through the door. Again, sorry. Just show up tomorrow and it'll all be fine, Applejack said, following close behind her. As long as you don't bite me again, anyway. I won't, promise, Fluttershy said, turning around in the hall to look at her friend. Applejack chuckled, a strangely smug grin spreading across her muzzle. Good. I'm not a big fan of teeth myself, but if things go well tomorrow, I might show you my favourite rope trick. With a panting wink, the cow pony shut the door, leaving Fluttershy in the hall with a head that felt like it was about to pop. Her muscles completely froze, right down to her eyes, transfixed on the spot where Applejack had winked at her, though her jaw was slack. As her thoughts raced to places of hedonism and debauchery, her nose started bleeding. The vampire was too stupefied to even make the smallest lick. The next thing she knew, the door had opened again, morning light streaming out of Applejack's window, and the cow pony striding out with a big yawn. Well, better get to Fluttershy? She hopped right back before she ran into the frozen Pegasus, looking her over. What are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost. And why is your nose bleeding? And why is your face so darn red? Not a word out of Fluttershy or even a single twitch. Applejack reached forward and gave the most tentative of pokes to Fluttershy's side. The Pegasus flopped over, completely stiff. Applejack sighed and face hoofed, dragging her hoof down her face. This is going to be a long day. And then she yelled at me to go to bed, like I did something wrong for checking up on her. Applebloom finished, conclusion from the night before still fresh. Her two friends were gathered around her desk, looking no less perplexed than she was. "It isn't sap apple season yet, so it can't be for that." "Beats me," Scootaloo shrugged. "The only other thing I can think of is a fight." "A Fluttershy would never get that rough," Sweetie said. "Applejack did mention this morning that she was going out to dinner with Fluttershy tonight. Fluttershy's paying, to make up for whatever happened last night," Applebloom recalled. "She seemed really happy about it though, so that can't be it. And they seemed really friendly with each other at the breakfast table. They were a little awkward, I guess." "Was there anything else weird going on?" Sweetie pressed, brow furrowed. Applebloom hummed in thought, and pawed at the band-aid on her ear. "Well, AJ bit a tad harder than normal when she nipped my ear all playful-like she usually does. Even started bleeding a little. Could have sworn that her teeth felt a bit sharp, but it was probably just in my head." "Probably nothing," Sweetie nodded. Scootaloo groaned and shook her head. "None of this makes sense, at all. What in the world would Fluttershy and your sister be doing in the middle of the night with a bunny suit that had caused so much noise and hurt her hips so bad?" Miss Cheerily cleared her throat rather loudly, causing the three to look up. The smile on her muzzle looked rather uneasy, and her cheeks were a strange shade of red. "Class is about to start, girls. Get to your seats." "Yes, ma'am," Sweetie and Scootaloo parroted before trotting to their desks. Applebloom huffed and laid her chin in her hoop, brow furrowed in deep thought. Cheerily sighed as she took her own seat at the head of the class, muttering under her breath, "Even the village wallflower is getting more than me now."
Second Impression by Somber. The sun shone down on the green fields and forests of Equestria, and in a copse a brilliant red and gold bird trilled from the top of a small shrub. Tiny purple pop-pubs waved with each jerk of its head as it sung a sparkling string of birdsong. Unbeknownst to the small avian, a periscope rose above a hedge and slowly rotated to fixate on the musical little bird. "And that is the royal-crested gold-colour robin," Fluttershy whispered to her friends Twilight Sparkle and Spike. The purple unicorn steadied the periscope as Spike peered through the glass to draw the bird's picture in a book. "Normally they're active only in the morning or evening, and nest only in low-lying shrubs near rivers," the lemon-coloured Pegasus explained softly, as Spike did his best to jot down the notes next to the picture. "Well, Fluttershy, with your animal experience, I think this will be the most exact census of Ponyville's avians in years," Twilight Sparkle said with a smile to her friend, who blushed at the praise. "Oh, I'm not that much help. I don't even know exactly how many royal-crested gold-colour robins are in Equestria." Spike finished scribbling a question mark next to the population entry, and the purple dragon glanced up at the shy Pegasus. "Why don't you just go out there and ask him, Fluttershy?" "Oh no, I could never do that," Fluttershy said in concern. "He's trying to find a lady friend and wouldn't appreciate it if we interrupted him." "Yeah, I guess I can appreciate that," Spike said, after a moment's reflection. Carefully, Twilight Sparkle lowered the periscope and levitated the book. She flipped through dozens of pages. She glanced over at her friend and then coughed. "Gosh, when Princess Celestia asked for this, I didn't think there'd be this much information. She's going to have questions." "Oh, well, if she really wants to know, she can just ask me. If she really wants to," Fluttershy added quickly. Twilight closed the book and rubbed her chin with her hoof. "Actually, Fluttershy, that's an excellent idea." The yellow Pegasus's eyes went wide in confusion. "Why don't you come with me to Canterlot when I present the census to the princess?" Canterlot?" Fluttershy trembled. "You will love me!" echoed in her mind as she swallowed hard. I can't. Who would look after my animals? And Angel Bunny is having a new tooth come in." I can do it, Fluttershy. It'll be good to hang out with Angel anyway. Do some bro stuff," Spike said with a casual grin, gesturing smoothly with his hand. He then looked away and rubbed his stomach as he added absently, "I really need to do that." "Please, Fluttershy, it won't be a long trip," Twilight Sparkle asked with that serious little smile. Fluttershy lowered her eyes and gave a little gulp. The view of Equestria from the princess's chariot was spectacular, pulled by 2 taciturn but friendly Pegasus mares. Twilight spent most of the trip pointing out the magnificent sights beneath them. Fluttershy curled up as tightly as possible and did all she could to not be sick. She didn't even open her eyes until the chariot finally touched down on the yard before the castle. When she stepped off, her heart still remained in her throat. "Thank you very much," Twilight thanked properly. The censers tucked in her saddlebags. The 2 Pegasus gave the pair parting smiles before they took off to fly around behind the castle. "Wow, sure looks different, doesn't it? No coaches or fancy dresses, huh?" Fluttershy swallowed and didn't answer. She's simply being Fluttershy, Twilight thought, and walked in the front entrance reminiscing about that disastrous night. She missed the gaze the Pegasus directed towards the large garden adjacent to the castle. So much fear rolled through Fluttershy that she tuned out Twilight completely until she ran into her friend's rump and sat back hard. Fluttershy, we're here," Twilight Sparkle said flatly, gesturing her hoof towards the door. It opened into the princess's study. Hundreds of books and scrolls lined the walls, while tables and couches carved in the images of curving vines and flowers held strange and unusual tones. "Twilight Sparkle, it's so nice to see my student again without all of Canterlot waiting to shake your hoof," the princess said warmly, as a red, blue and green mane blew into a magical breeze. "Honestly, I nodded my head so many times that night it felt like my head was about to fall off." Then the princess's royal purple eyes turned towards Fluttershy. They danced with amusement, but she said gently, "And hello, Fluttershy. I wish I'd known sooner that you were coming as well. Philomena would have enjoyed spending time with you, but I'm afraid she's gone off adventuring again. Still, I'm sure there are many other animals here for you to make friends with." Fluttershy's lips moved soundlessly in agreement, but in reality something unpleasant reared up inside her. Fear. But something else. Something worse. Her friend's time at the Grand Galloping Gala had been a fiasco, but for Fluttershy it was something more. She thought of the animals, and instead of a warm glow spreading through her heart, she felt something sour inside that made her frown. It hurt, and she didn't like the feeling one bit. The princess spent all of a quarter hour talking about the census. In that time, not one question arose that wasn't immediately answered by the censors. The princess asked more about the overall health and morale of the birds around Ponyville, and left the specifics for later reading. Fluttershy simply lay down on a couch with a rapidly cooling cup of tea next to her, and a slowly crumbling cookie between her hooves. In no time the conversation got off on magic, and Fluttershy lowered her head even more. Now she couldn't even understand the conversation between the pair, but what could she do? She didn't know any pony here. She didn't have any animal friends she could visit. "I miss Angel Bunny, and Henrietta, and the Squirrel Twins, and everyone." "Fluttershy?" Twilight Sparkle asked in concern. "Huh?" Fluttershy looked up, realizing her hooves were empty and a large heap of cookie crumbs lay before her. "Oh, I'm so very sorry." The princess shook her head gently. "No, dearest Fluttershy, I'm sorry. You came all this way to give us your expertise, but I'm afraid we took the conversation off on completely unrelated tangents," the princess said, nodding her head in apology. "It's just rare that I have time to speak directly with Twilight about her studies." "I know," Twilight Sparkle said brightly. "Why don't you go to the garden and visit the animals?" Fluttershy's throat seized up, and only a squeak escaped. "That's a wonderful idea. I just know they'd love to meet you," the princess enthusiastically agreed. Fluttershy couldn't make a noise. The horrible sensation welled up in her throat to the point that she thought she was going to be sick. She'd rather be sick than feel like this, but she couldn't tell the pair what she really felt, so she slipped off the couch without a word and walked from the room like she was going to her own execution. The pair watched her leave in concern. "Don't worry, princess. She's still a little off from the flight. It's a bit much for Fluttershy." The princess's gardens were a marvel of Equestria. Fluttershy had dreamt of it since she'd arrived on the ground, a place with animals from all over the world gathered together in one place. Animals she would never see around Ponyville she could finally meet. Bababoons and wallaroos, ligers and band of bears, and snow deer, hummingbirds that hummed and buzzards that buzzed. Everything about the garden should have inspired bliss in Fluttershy. Instead, she laid beside the moat, looking at the trees and distant birds in misery. Suddenly she heard a cheery whistle, and despite herself she sat up. Her ears twitched. "Is that the royal-crested gold-coloured robin?" She looked towards the trees and shrubs and swallowed softly. Maybe he came all the way from Ponyville so I wouldn't be lonely." It seemed impossible, but it allowed her the smallest bit of hope. Slowly she walked towards the open gate of the garden. Inside she saw it, just like her dreams. The animals, in their flocks and herds, scampered through the trees and nibbled at the grass. Slowly her head lifted, and a smile crept across her face. There, seeming to beckon her forward to join its animal friends, was Mr. Robin, singing his heart out. "Oh, Mr. Robin, I'm so happy!" She started as she took a step forward. The animals scattered so fast only clouds of dust and stirring leaves marked their passage. The beautiful birdsong disappeared, and only silence remained. "To see you..." Fluttershy stood there, feeling her heart pounding as she clenched her eyes shut. That horrible, horrible feeling finally crawled up her throat like spiders scuttling from a hole in the ground. "I hate you," she whispered. There was a long, low, surprised whistle from behind her. She looked over her shoulder, tears running down her cheek as she grit her teeth. The old brown pony, in his battered green hat and frayed blue saddle blanket, stood with his forehooves folded lazily on the handle of a shovel. He pushed the brim back, his blue eyes looking down at Fluttershy coolly. Those are some mighty powerful words coming from so kind a mouth. Fluttershy felt everything inside her all twisted up. "I don't care. I hate them. They're all mean, stuck-up animals who won't be my friends." The old pony gave another soft whisper of surprise. "Well, I don't reckon there's many folk that'd be friends with someone who hates them, just saying," he said as he walked a little ways away and started to whistle brightly as he turned over some earth in a flower bed. Fluttershy clenched her eyes shut. There had to be a way. All animals loved her. They should love her. There's no reason for them not to love her. It chewed her up inside as she looked around. "There's a trick, isn't there?" she asked the old pony, her voice hissing in suspicion. "Huh?" he asked in surprise as he brushed his long stringy mane out of his face. "Some trick to it, to make them nice." "Some trick to it, to make them nice?" Fluttershy asked softly, looking up at him for some clue. "What is it? Treats? Animals love treats, or maybe something shiny? Cute little clothes? Neat little nests?" She asked again and again, drawing closer and closer, gritting her teeth. "Is there a password?" Suddenly she gripped him by his shoulders and shook him vigorously. "Tell me the stinking password!" "Whoa there, young miss," he said as he pushed her away, jiggling from the rigorousness of her interrogation. "Where'd you get it in your head that you had to trick someone into being your friend?" Fluttershy stepped back, looking at him in shock and horror. What had she been thinking? I, she stammered as she looked at him, looking down in concern and bafflement. I should go." The old pony just watched her and scratched his rump before shrugging and going back to his gardening. Fluttershy started towards the exit, now more upset than ever. Everything in her had gone wrong. What had she just done? Maybe Rainbow Dash might act like that, but Fluttershy felt her heart race at what she'd just done to the kindly old pony that was just taking care of the animal's home. "What's wrong with me?" She suddenly looked back behind her at the old pony. What did he know? "All I need is a chance. Just one. They'll love me. They have to," she whispered furiously, glancing at the back of the whistling old mare. An old apple box, a rope, and a carrot. That's what she needed. This time she suspended the box over the carrot, holding the rope between her teeth. Now she'd see when they took the bait, and she'd have her chance. She crouched in the bushes, waiting there. A beautiful white bunny crawled towards her bait. Yes, just a little closer, a little closer. Suddenly the old pony sang out in his rusty old voice. "By yon pony banks, by yon pony bays, the light breaks bright by Loch Lomond." Every note hit was the wrong one, making Fluttershy jerk and sending the crate flying up and over the tree branch. It landed with a crash atop her head. The old pony walked past, and the little bunny hopping along with her carrot. Fluttershy's glare could have burned a hole in the wood. The shovel had been the clue. She dug as deep and fast as she could, smearing her coat in mud. Twigs and leaves made a precarious floor that would give way even under the most delicate bunny. She placed a second carrot and wiggled into the bushes. A moment later she stared out of the bushes as the baby bunny reappeared. It hopped towards the leaves. One, another. Yes! She'd come to its rescue to care for it and make it all better. Then it hopped around and walked right into the middle of her platform. What? Fluttershy gasped as it munched on the carrot. Her wings beat as she pounced with a cry. Love me! The bunny ran past. The thin plank slipped in amid the leaves and gave way under Fluttershy. The leaves fluttered down atop her as the old pony strolled by with a dozen pieces of lumber carefully balanced on his back, whistling brightly. Fluttershy had been too simple. She needed to get with the times. She could build a trap bigger, faster, more reliable. She wasn't sure where she found the old boiler, steam engine, zip cord, drift net, and other materials, but no pony would deny that they were effective. The net was carefully strung out about the clearing, attached to the cord and hooked to the engine. All that remained was a bait to the trap. Fluttershy trotted to the centre of the clearing to place her last carrot. She turned to see the bunny standing atop the cord release lever. Her eyes went round. Oh no, no. She shook her head furiously. The bunny shook its head as well. Fluttershy smiled and nodded. The bunny smiled and nodded, tapping the release lever with its foot. Fluttershy suddenly sweated hard as she shook her head again. The bunny nodded and kicked the lever hard. With a great hiss and whoosh, the line jerked tight and the net swooshed across the clearing, scooping Fluttershy up. She screamed as it whipped her through the air, once and then released. She flung through the clothesline setup with adorable baby clothes, coming out the other side wearing a pink onesie and baby slippers, smacked into a baby bottle and crashed into a crib that immediately started to rock and play a lullaby. She lay there seething. As the old pony strolled by, looked at the boiler and exclaimed, Oh, so there's old Steamy. I wondered where I'd put it. That is it! Fluttershy screamed as she kicked the cradle to splinters, ripped the baby clothes to tatters, and spiked the baby bottle. Filthy, with a swelling bump atop her head, and dressed like a mad horse, she glared at the old pony with loathing. You won't stop me! The old pony stopped and looked back at her with a sigh. Young miss, maybe you should think about what you're doing yourself. I just need a chance for them to love me, Fluttershy protested in shock. Oh? You trap all your friends till they love you? The old brown pony asked curiously as he dismantled her trap. What? Fluttershy blinked in confusion, pulling her pink mane in frustration. No, I mean, I shouldn't have to. Why was he making it all so confusing? Well, I think you shouldn't. It's an odd friend that only likes you after getting tied up. He continued pushing the equipment back, where she'd dug it out. Fluttershy bounced in place, stomping the remains of the cradle into pieces. That is it! 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 She yelled over and over and over again as she pointed her hooves at the trees where the birds peeked out at her. I am sick of you! And you! She pointed at the baboons and wallaroos lurking in the woods. And you! And you! And you! Fluttershy stomped towards the exit. She was done with Canterlot. She was going to drag Twilight Sparkle out here by her horn if she had to. Suddenly, the white bunny hopped out in front of Fluttershy. She could have been Angel Bunny's little sister, and the adorable creature looked up with her large white eyes and twitchy little pink nose. Fluttershy's heart stopped as she gazed down into her eyes. The rage she felt disappeared for a fragile moment as she gazed down at her. So cute and sweet and innocent. Slowly, Fluttershy lowered herself to the grass and extended a hoof towards her. Hello, little one, but please don't go, she said softly, pleading, her hoof shaking slightly. Please, 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 please. The baby rabbit gave a nervous step back. No. Fluttershy's pupils contracted as her throat tightened. Suddenly, the baby rabbit turned and leapt away for the protection of some hedges. No! Get back here! She shouted, diving at the white rabbit as fast as Rainbow Dash going for the finish line. She swooped and caught up the baby rabbit in her hooves, hugging it tightly and trying her best to pet and nuzzle it. That's it, that's it. We're going to be friends. Yes, we are. We're going to be friends. Now that's enough right there, the old pony said as he walked up, looking down at Fluttershy sternly. You let Precious go this instant. No, Fluttershy hissed. She's mine, my own, my precious. She coughed deep in her throat as she shook, petting the baby bunny as hard as she could. Animals like to be petted. They did. The old brown pony looked at her and then calmly sat before her. Fluttershy, right? Fluttershy blinked, suddenly wary. He couldn't take the bunny from her, could he? Look, Fluttershy. She was afraid to look down. She suddenly started to cry as he stared calmly into her eyes. Her gaze dripped slowly, bit by bit, till she stared at the tiny bunny in her hooves. The white bunny quivered in terror. No, in pain. Fluttershy started to shake and gave a little hiccup. Let her go, Fluttershy. Slowly her grip relaxed, bit by bit. The white rabbit then jumped free and flung herself into the old pony's arms. Shh, there you go, Precious, it's all right. He gave the tiny bunny a pat. I think she'll recover. Fluttershy stared at the old pony through her tears as she quaked. That should be her. It should be her arms that the bunny came to for comfort, just like Angel did when there was thunder and lightning. I hate you, she whispered. Why did she hurt so much like this? She'd have rather died than feel like this. The old pony gave a great sigh as he looked at Fluttershy in pity. Oh, why's that? He said conversationally, as if discussing her favourite colour. Because that should be me, she said, as she pointed an accusory hoof at him. They should love me, she hissed, as if all the terrible feelings she held were bubbling out. She never could have talked like this to her friends. It's my talent. It's the only thing I'm good at that matters. She looked at Precious in his hooves and bowed her head to sob brokenly. So why won't they love me? Everything hurt. Everything. Such a young filly, he murmured with a soft smile, brushing her tangled pink mane out of her blue eyes. So animals just take one look at you and fall in love. That's some talent. You should have a horn. Fluttershy hiccuped and rubbed her tears. What? Your talent makes animals fall in love, he said with that kindly smile. You just have to sing and all the birds fly out and join you? Yes, they always like me, she said slowly, but now feeling unsure, like there was a trick or something. Always. Right away? Fluttershy opened her mouth and closed it again. Well, no, not right away. Oh, the old brown pony asked as he took off his blanket and dabbed away her tears. He passed it to her, and she sniffed, then blew her nose hard. She didn't flinch as he took it back. Well, when they met me, they were all scared of me, Fluttershy said softly, remembering the moment she'd fallen to earth. So many scared animals, and she was just as scared of them as they were of her. Then Rainbow Dash's sonic rainboom scattered them all into hiding. But I was nice to them. I waited for them to come out, and to me. Really? The old brown pony sounded impressed. So no tricks, traps, booty, tackles? Fluttershy just frowned at her hooves. Her voice softened in confusion. Well, no, I was just nice and patient. As she looked at the old brown pony, she felt something else. Those horrible feelings were, well, not gone, but so much less. For the first time she felt her heart relax and her tension relax. Huh? Sounds like it sure took a long time, the old pony remarked as he pulled off his battered green hat and fished out 2 apples, passing one to Fluttershy. So why'd you come here thinking that all the animals would just love you like that? He clasped his hooves together. Fluttershy faltered, looking at all the scared animals watching the exchange. I don't know, she said softly as she held the apple. The old brown pony took a bite out of his apple. Some folks who are good at something forget that it takes time. Look at this garden, been working it 40 years. It's all my talent. He swallowed and smiled at her. If I went to Ponyville thinking I could make a garden just like it overnight, well, I'd be a gosh darn mule of a fool, wouldn't I? If I went to Ponyville thinking I could make a garden just like it overnight, well, I'd be a gosh darn mule of a fool, wouldn't I? Special talent or not. Fluttershy smiled, her first real smile since they'd left Ponyville. When they ran, I felt like suddenly I wasn't special anymore. like I was nothing. It made me so, she swallowed and whispered, angry. Well, I'm pretty sure your purple unicorn friend wouldn't be much better about it if she stopped being able to do magic, and that rainbow filly couldn't fly faster than sense. That made Fluttershy giggle. The point is to remember that it's more than talent, it's time. Some friendships you can try for years and never get someone to care in return. So long as you don't stop being friendly, it ain't hopeless. Thinking you can make someone like you, or heck, love ya, that's hopeless. Fluttershy nodded and looked at Precious without feeling that horrible pain. For the first time since she'd arrived at Canterlot that night at the gala, she was glad to be in Celestia's garden. I'm sorry, Precious. I'm so sorry. She slid her apple to the tiny bunny. The white bunny sniffed at it warily, looked around for traps, and then hopped away behind the old pony. Fluttershy sighed softly. It hurt, but not like before. She'd made a horrible impression, not once but twice. It would take a long time to make up for it. And I'm sorry for you as well, sir. Shoot, girl, call me Gramps. Twilight Sparkle and Fluttershy walked out the castle gate and towards the nearby garden. Well, it's been great meeting you, Princess, but I've got to ask why you'd asked me to bring Fluttershy along, and why being so sneaky about it. I mean, you didn't even ask her any questions at all. The purple unicorn trotted alongside her mentor, looking up at her curiously. I'm not sure Fluttershy likes Canterlot very much. Well, Twilight, sometimes it doesn't hurt to get everything out in the open, the princess replied cryptically, as usual. Sometimes it was simply impossible to get a clear answer out of the princess. Dusk was falling, and in the garden came the sound of laughter. Twilight Sparkle hadn't heard Fluttershy laugh so openly in such a long time. Within the garden, fireflies were coming out. Fluttershy lay in the grass beside another pony, watching two simians trying to get a banana out of a tube. They both had a grip on it and wrestled back and forth. But what shocked Twilight Sparkle was that the animals weren't flocking around Fluttershy like they normally did. In fact, aside from a small white bunny between the old brown pony's front legs, all the animals appeared to give them a wide berth. Fluttershy? Twilight Sparkle asked in bafflement. She hadn't expected to see Fluttershy so happy not to be surrounded by adorable creatures. Oh, hello, Twilight. Hello, Princess Celestia, she said softly as she rose. The old pony chewed on a long strand of wheat as he watched on. This is Gramps. This is Precious, Fluttershy said, gesturing to each. I don't know the other animals' names yet. That will take some time. Gramps said, with his own smile and nod. Well, you look much better than earlier, Fluttershy, the princess remarked with a smile. I am, Fluttershy admitted softly, looking at the princess as the smile faded. I was so angry to be here, but I forgot that building up friendships takes time, and that it's wrong to hate something because it doesn't do what you think it should. Twilight Sparkle's jaw dropped. Fluttershy? Angry? Hating? The Pegasus smiled sheepishly. Instead of taking things for granted and being impatient, it's better to let things happen in their own time. My, it sounds like you've had quite a visit, the princess remarked, impressed. But I'm afraid my chariot is waiting to take you back to Ponyville. Oh, too bad, Fluttershy said as she turned to Gramps. I'll try and visit again real soon. You do that, young miss, Gramps said as they shared a hug. Fluttershy started towards the exit. Then suddenly the little white rabbit ran up to the yellow Pegasus. Both paused as the little animal fidgeted, then gave her foreleg a hug before running off. Twilight Sparkle just stared in bafflement as her friend smiled, but at the same time looked like she was about to cry. Does all this go in my letter? Twilight Sparkle asked in concern, because there was way too much happening for her to start to explain. She'd need footnotes. I don't think that will be necessary. Count this one as a freebie. Phew! She gave her mentor a parting nuzzle and raced off to join Fluttershy at the chariot. The whole flight home, Fluttershy positively gushed about the different animals she'd seen in the garden, to the point that Twilight Sparkle couldn't get a word in edgewise. Still, she didn't really mind that much this time. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Fluttershy. I have to admit, I wasn't sure you'd enjoy yourself, Twilight Sparkle said as they left the chariot. Bid the two Pegasus farewell and strolled into Fluttershy's cottage. It looked as if a tornado had struck it. Angel Bunny laid sprawled out with a distended tummy, an empty tub of carrot ice cream next to him. Big Macintosh was stuck in the corner with a lampshade on his head and a rather confused and embarrassed expression, while Owlicious lay in the remains of a pizza. Spike stood on the back of her couch wearing a hat with 2 apple juice bottles attached to straws and a pair of white underpants, singing, "We are the dragons, yes, we are the dragons. No time for losers, 'cause we are the dragons." "Spike?" Twilight Sparkle shouted, and everyone in the room froze. "Oh, hi, Twilight." He gave a sheepish wave, and then blushed and grabbed the tawny owl, hiding his nethers behind it. "I can explain this. I'd just love an explanation." "I'd just love an explanation," Big Macintosh muttered from the corner. Twilight Sparkle was just about to burst when Fluttershy stepped past her. "Fluttershy?" "It's just a little mess," she said softly as she scooped up Angel Bunny and gave him a little hug. "Right now, it's just good to be back with my friends." Almost fully night, the princess lay with Gramps in the garden, watching the fireflies glowing while Luna carefully guided a lovely moon and brilliant stars into the sky. Really, it was so much more work than just moving a single sun. The princess had taken years appreciating that fact. All around the pair dozed the animal guests inhabiting the garden. Philomena nested in the princess's hair, cooing softly. "All right, you old hayseed," the princess said with a smile. "What was all this about? Why'd you ask that I conduct a survey of the birds in Ponyville, and suggest that I ask Twilight to bring Fluttershy along, and send away Philomena for the day?" He pushed back his battered green cap as he chewed on the strand of wheat. "Why, Princess Celestia, don't think that just because you moved the sun and earth and are bajillions of years old, you are the only pony allowed to work in strange and mysterious ways." "Huh," she said with her own curious expression before gazing at the garden around them. "The garden looks lovelier than I've ever seen it," and despite the dark and how he tried to play it off cool, she knew that Gramps blushed at the praise. "Still needs some work, some more planters, maybe some bird houses for the robins," he said softly, looking at the space with his bright blue eyes, and if he were once again a colt thinking that everything should be beautiful just because of his talent. "It takes time, Princess, time, patience, and a loving..."
Fluttershy Hacks Fanfiction by Pony Thunder. "Do it, Fluttershy," encouraged Twilight, her face cold as ice. "Hack them." "Okay, I'll try," Fluttershy replied meekly, inspiring zero confidence in the crowd of 5 spectators behind her. Rainbow Dash placed her hooves up onto the back of Fluttershy's swivel chair with enhanced lumbar support, stumbling briefly for balance. "Yeah, Flutters, make them pay for what they've done." "Okay," she replied as she put her hooves onto the keyboard to begin typing. A few moments later, however, she stopped. "Or maybe I could just give them a really stern warning?" Applejack slammed her hoof onto the desk with a thud that shook everything on top of it, almost spilling Fluttershy's cup of tea. "No way, no how. What they've done just ain't right. You might as well call me the element of justice, because that's what needs to be... No way, no how. What they've done... No way, no how. What they've done just ain't right. You might as well call me the element of justice, because that's what needs to happen right here, right now." "I must say I agree with Applejack on this one, dearest Fluttershy," added Rarity, who was sitting in the corner of the room whilst filing her hooves. "Normally I'd be against these sorts of vindictive escapades, but this is just too personal. Right, Pinkie Pie?" "Right! Vengeance! Whee!" Pinkie Pie replied as she spun around in another chair. "Okay, here we go." Fluttershy said as she placed her hooves back onto the keyboard. She quickly shifted her gaze toward the monitor, eyes focusing inward and peering directly into the screen. She was in the zone.
Fluttershy first located the web browser icon and double-clicked it, accidentally opening 2 instances to her annoyance, and then closed the second one and moved the cursor to the search bar. Her hooves rapidly tapped against the keyboard at a blazing rate of 12 words per minute, filling the room with clicks and clacks as the rest watched their master at work. "Almost there," she muttered under her breath, typing the remaining characters of her hacking spree into the search bar. She then hit the enter key with a satisfying click, and every pony shifted inward to watch as the screen displayed the fruits of her labour. "I'm in," said Fluttershy, leaning back in her chair. The top of the page displayed a colourful logo on the left side, with the following text slightly above it: https://www.fanfiction.net/. Filling up the rest of the screen were various images of ponies and other creatures from Equestria, alongside bits of text that appeared to describe them. Twilight's mouth was agape. "You mean there's more of them? I thought there was only the one." "Oh, for Celestia's sake," said Rarity. "I'm starting to think we have other issues now." "It's worse than we feared," said Applejack, her eyes scanning over the pictures until one popped up that caused her to recoil in disgust. "Is that me?" "And me!" exclaimed Rarity, aghast. Displayed prominently on the screen was a slightly saucy picture of Rarity and Applejack and some accompanying text. When Rarity pays a visit to Applejack, the two quickly realise they have more in common than they realised. "Bah ha ha ha!" bellowed Rainbow Dash, crying from laughter. "Fluttershy, you have to click on that." "No, you ain't." Applejack quickly stumbled over Fluttershy in an effort to divert the cursor away from the inevitably embarrassing content, causing the web browser to click on something else entirely at random. "Honestly," Rarity said after regaining her composure, "the grammar in that description is what irks me the most. Can any pony just write whatever drivel they want on here?" Another photo and story description appeared out of nowhere. "Oh my," Fluttershy said, blushing and covering her eyes with her hooves. Rainbow Dash suddenly went red from embarrassment. "That's not real. That can't be real." Applejack got to her hooves and belly laughs. "It sure looks real to me." "It's not. Right, Fluttershy? I mean, it can't be. Can it? You and me?" Fluttershy's face was hidden deep within her mane, uncertain of what to think about seeing the raw visual of something she'd always wanted but had been too terrified to ever dream about. Okay, said Twilight. "These aren't the stories we're looking for. We need to stay focused, every pony." She continued whilst eyeing a similar photo with herself pictured prominently near the bottom of the screen, hoping no pony would notice. "Fluttershy, can you use your hacking skills to locate the perpetrator?" Fluttershy reluctantly came out of hiding behind her mane, quickly hitting the back button on the web browser. "Yes, I'll try." Fluttershy moved the cursor onto the magnifying glass symbol and clicked on it. "What's our query? Pinkie Pie?" said Pinkie Pie. Everyone looked at her. "What? I just want to see what they write about me." "We don't have time for that, Pinkie," said Twilight, moving forward. "Try the author's name. That should get us close." Fluttershy typed it in and hit the enter key once more. At the top of the screen was precisely what they were looking for, the thing that was causing irregularities in causality, rifts in time and space, and utter confusion and panic throughout the land of Equestria. Twilight scanned it quickly. "That's it. That's the one. That's the story we must be stuck inside." Fluttershy clicked on it. A new screen appeared with the title of Fluttershy Hacks Fanfiction and a short description below. Applejack cocked her head sideways. "Well, I'll be. That's a picture of you just a minute or so ago, Fluttershy." "This is so confusing," said Rainbow Dash. "I don't understand what's going on anymore." "Just click on it," said Twilight. "We need to figure out a way to get rid of it, so things can go back to normal before it's too late." Fluttershy clicked on the first and only chapter and waited as the screen loaded. They all huddled together around Fluttershy and looked at the screen, beginning to read the story. "Zero confidence in Fluttershy?" said Applejack. "This author isn't very nice." "Honestly," said Rarity, "I don't really speak that verbosely, do I? Vindictive escapades? I wouldn't ever say something like that." "Oh, I suppose I would. Did. Will. Oh, for Celestia's sake, please make this horrendous nightmare end." A fluffy pink unicorn suddenly pranced into the room from atop a rainbow and gave Pinkie Pie a hoof bump on the way out. "Fluttershy," said Twilight, "I know we're asking quite a lot of you, but do you think you could hack the author's account? Maybe if we can alter the story, there's hope of us escaping this nightmare." "I can try, I suppose." She navigated to the login page of the website and typed in the author's username. "But we'll need to hack the password. Any ideas?" "How about," said Rainbow Dash. "I bet they'd have a stupid password like that." Fluttershy typed it in, and the author's name appeared at the top of the page. It worked! "Okay, I have a good idea," said Twilight. "Why don't we alter the story so that we guess the author's password on the first try? We've been up this for hours now." "Oh, Twilight, Twilight," said Rarity. "We can't make it that simple. What kind of plot development is that? There's no conflict, no intrigue. No. It must be a brilliantly executed literary masterpiece, and nothing less." "I changed it," said Applejack after typing away at the keyboard while Rarity finished her monologue. Rarity sighed. "Fine, I suppose we can do it that way. No pony wants to read hours worth of trial and error, I suppose." "Okay," said Twilight. "Now we need to find a way to end this story in such a way that it resolves all conflict and plot holes. Otherwise, well, we're going to be stuck here forever." Fluttershy scoffed. "Good luck with that. It's rife with inconsistencies and pointless dialogue. Honestly, it's almost like the author just wrote it through in one shot and did minimal editing afterwards. Pure mediocrity." Whilst the others were distracted, Pinkie Pie, suddenly intrigued by the possibilities presented by the blank canvas in front of her, climbed over Fluttershy to make some clever edits to the story prior to that present point. "Pinkie," said Twilight, her head rearing back, "what are you doing? Don't you realise that an inadvertent mistake could cause anything to happen?" A smile grew across her face. "Anything?" Pinkie Pie typed another sentence into the story. After typing it, she suddenly had the memory of hoof bumping a fluffy pink unicorn in her mind. Rarity sighed. "Now any pony who reads this is going to wonder where the hay that came from." "I like apples," Applejack suddenly exclaimed jubilantly. "Wait, what? Why did I say that?"
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
Pinkie Pie made a few more edits as well. "All of these alterations to past parts of the story aren't getting us anywhere," said Twilight. "We need to erase this story somehow, without sometime also erasing our own existence." She pondered out loud. "I've got it! I'll just write something after the current point in this story, which is dictating everything I'm saying at this very moment. Wow, that is really weird. It's almost like it knows what I'm going to say next. Whoa!" she exclaimed while suddenly moving to her left, then appeared intrigued and entertained at the same time. "Weird. Anyway," Twilight continued as she moved in front of the keyboard, "if I make an addition after this line of dialogue that gives me power over the continuity of the story, I should be able to finish it, and it will be like nothing ever happened." "Stop!" shouted a future version of Twilight, who had just appeared out of an interdimensional portal. "Wait, that's not what I wrote," said the present form of Twilight. "I know," replied the future form of Twilight. "You have no idea what I had to go through to undo what your addition caused. This story would have been about 10 chapters long had it not been for..." the future version of Twilight suddenly vanished into thin air, with another one taking her place. Don't listen to her. You need to manifest a time machine, go back in time, and... Similarly, that future version of Twilight vanished and another one took her place. Ugh, this is getting old. Just don't make any more editions like that, okay? It doesn't work. Trust me, I've tried hundreds of times. Good luck, by the way. Existence has no meaning or purpose. The nth future version of Twilight disappeared into thin air, leaving every pony speechless and unsure of what to do next. This is getting too random, said Pinkie Pie. Like, even for me. I've got an idea, said Rainbow Dash as she nudged Twilight out of the way. Let me type at the keyboard. Rainbow Dash suddenly had double hri wigningsspan and was now able to perform an ultra suprenoic rainbow. Rainbow Dash studied her wings. Hey, what gives? Why didn't my addition work? This is why grammar and spelling is important, darling, said Rarity. Let me take over from here. She hit the enter key a dozen or so times in a row, creating a massive blank space at the bottom of the text box. Now we have a buffer zone to give this story some real plot. Rarity, seizing the opportunity to provide a sense of style and creativity to the literary work in front of her, began typing at the keyboard. It was an odd and mysterious evening in an undisclosed location. Rarity found herself in quite the predicament, but was confident that she would be able to discover a way to solve it. After all, she always did. But first, she had to... Okay, that's enough, said Twilight, highlighting the several paragraphs Rarity had written and deleting them. Darling, exclaimed Rarity, could you not have at least hit the save button? I put my heart into that. We've got bigger issues right now, said Twilight. We're stuck in a causal loop of pointless shenanigans. Can't you see what's going on? We're all taking turns at the keyboard as a way for the author to pad their story and provide interesting bits to read. Interesting, Rarity said with air quotes. Applejack put her hoof up in protest. I haven't done much of anything interesting yet, except provide humorous quips and country charm, I suppose. Honestly, sometimes it feels like I'm just here in the background to bring a sense of realism to y'all. Regardless, it seems we're out of ideas, said Twilight. Except maybe one more. Perhaps if we don't do or say anything, maybe things will just go away. Oh, do we have to? Asked Pinkie Pie. Yes. Okay. Every pony was silent and unmoving for several seconds, and then several seconds more. In fact, they remained silent and unmoving for an impressively long duration of time. The silence filled the room silently as nothing continued to happen. Simultaneously, they had their own unique train of thought with regard to the situation that they found themselves in. Twilight, for instance, was attempting to determine a logical way out of this seemingly impossible predicament, utterly failing to do so. Rarity was upset, feeling as though her recent actions were a bit more exaggerated than usual for some reason. Rainbow Dash was starting to get bored, silently wishing that she could be doing literally anything else. Applejack was becoming annoyed as she began to realise that her main function in the group was essentially to keep them in line. Fluttershy realised she hadn't spoken in several paragraphs, but was actually totally okay with that. And lastly, Pinkie Pie thought about the meaning of existence and eventually convinced herself of hard solipsism. Silence permeated the room for several hours as the six of them pondered and pondered, hoping that this nightmare would end. But it would not. It couldn't. The very premise of the story created a paradox that could not be resolved, leaving the author and evidently the characters within the story with no choice but to ramble on and on and on, trying everything in hopes that an interesting ending would simply come to them, somehow. So instead, they chose to ramble even more. This isn't working, said Twilight, breaking the vow of silence. Phew, said Pinkie Pie. I was getting really tired of thinking about nothing as hard as possible, and I came up with some weird stuff. Like, have you ever wondered if we're what's not real? Or if only I'm real and you're all just figments of my imagination? Or if we're all brains in vats? Or if everything I'm saying right now are just words in a story? They are, said Twilight. We're trapped in our own fan fiction, remember? Oh, right, never mind. Ugh, Rainbow Dash sighed. We need to get out of this. I am dying. Suddenly, Rainbow Dash fell to the ground, her eyes wide and hoof across her body, not breathing. Fluttershy, change the story, quickly, exclaimed Twilight. Oh my, she shrieked, scrambling towards the keyboard to type. Moments later, Rainbow Dash began breathing. Of boredom. She coughed several times before returning to her hooves. What in Tartaras just happened? You bit the dust, said Applejack. Okay, said Twilight, hyperventilating. Now we know that we need to be extra careful with our words. Good to know. Does any pony have any other ideas? I thought of something in the past few hours that I think might work, said Rainbow Dash. Fine, but let me type it, darling, said Rarity. Whatever, said Rainbow Dash. Try typing in, everything was resolved perfectly. Rarity typed it in. Immediately, the problems of world hunger were solved. There were no more wars, and everyone lived a peaceful utopian existence. Did it work? Asked Twilight. I don't think so, said Rarity. Our words are still showing up on the screen. Twilight pondered. Well, let's undo that change then. It might cause us problems later on. The world and all its problems return to the way they were before. It seems like there's no way we can fix this, said Twilight. Except if we just, I don't know, delete it or something? Delete it, said Applejack. But wouldn't that, make us not exist? To be completely honest, I don't know, replied Twilight. But at this point, I don't know what else to try. Do it, Twilight, Pinkie said flatly. Nothing has any purpose or meaning anyway. Well, I certainly wouldn't protest, said Rarity, sighing. This mediocre piece of writing doesn't deserve to be read. Is that too harsh for my character? I don't know anymore. And do I really sigh that much for Celestia's sake? Rarity sighed, then scowled as the words at the beginning of this sentence appeared onto the screen, then pulled back aghast at what seemed to be an invasion of her own thoughts. Suddenly, Discord appeared with a poof of magic behind them. Who wrote that in? Asked Twilight. That last thing we need is Discord to be involved in this mess. Oh wait, as the audiobook reader, I think I'll read that again to make it sound more grammatically correct. Then the last thing we need is Discord to be involved in this mess. A quill and paper magically appeared in Discord's claw and paw, respectively. It was I, Princess Twilight Sparkle. I am the one writing this story. Twilight pondered hard for a moment. Really? Poof, no, he replied, poofing a comfortable couch into existence to lounge on. I'm just here to watch the show. Creatures like me have a seventh sense for these kind of shenanigans. You mean you don't know why you're here? Can't you help somehow? Asked Applejack, Pinkie Pie counting on her hooves behind her. I never know why I'm anywhere, and my chaotic magic only applies to this universe, I'm afraid, said Discord. Whatever chaos magic created this is beyond me, surely. For instance, has any pony questioned the fact that you've been using a computer and that Fluttershy of all ponies is supposed to be a hacker? I suppose not, replied Applejack. Come to think of it, I don't even know what a computer is. What the hey is going on? How did I get here? Why can't I remember saying anything? And what's a hacker? Inquired Rainbow Dash. They sound awesome, but I don't even know why. Rarity looked around the room. Also, where's Spike? Poor fella, Discord said solemnly, a bouquet of flowers held over his heart. He probably didn't make it through the editing process. And come to think of it, said Applejack, looking around rapidly, where the hey are we? Fluttershy's cottage? An underground bunker? All I know is that there's a computer, a desk, some chairs. Obviously setting description isn't this author's strong suit, Rarity said snidely, and while we're at it, there's a well-known rule of literature called show don't tell you might be interested to know about. Obviously, setting description isn't this author's strong suit, Rarity said snidely, and while we're at it, there's a well-known rule of literature called show don't tell you might be interested to know about, Rarity continued, loudly talking upward toward the ceiling. A cold and ominous chill went down her spine shortly afterward. However, as if she had offended someone listening to her criticisms. Rarity, who are you talking to? Asked Applejack. A moment of brilliance came to Twilight. I know how we fix this, she exclaimed, ignoring everyone else again. All we need to do is point out every unbelievable aspect of this story so far, and things should return to normal. Sounds plausible enough, said Discord. You can start by removing me, I suppose. Although I'd appreciate it if I weren't simply used as a brief cameo to drive the plot further. But what are you going to do? Discord poofed away, somehow conveying apathy in the way he did so. Okay, Twilight's mind raced for several moments. Now let's move backward. What happened before Discord appeared? We were talking about deleting this story, said Rarity, adding another bit under her breath, if you can call it that. And that doesn't make sense, right? Twilight asked rhetorically. If the story deleted itself, then we wouldn't have been able to edit it, so we won't delete it, or rather didn't delete it. What happened before that? We solved all the world's problems, but our own, said Fluttershy. And that's ridiculous as well, continued Twilight. That sounds more like a medium effort joke, more than anything else. Before? We didn't do anything, for hours, said Pinkie Pie, laying flat and sprawled out on the floor, staring upwards. And I had an existential crisis. Right, exclaimed Twilight. And that doesn't make any sense either, because we all know Pinkie Pie could never sit straight for several hours. It's true, she said dejectedly, except for that one time when I did exactly that. But hey, for all I know, you're all not real, and I'm just a figment of my own imagination. And what happened before that? Twilight continued, too excited to reach a solution. Just a bunch of random occurrences, essentially. Nothing about them made any sense, and they only lasted for what? At most a couple paragraphs? Oh, and we should probably censor the password too, I just realised. Twilight edited the story so the author's password would no longer be visible, then scrolled to the top of the page. Is that it? Every pony looked around, expecting something to happen. Did it work? Asked Applejack, looking up at the ceiling for no apparent reason. Are we free? At the top of the screen was a bar with several buttons on it. One of them said edit, and the other said publish. No, Twilight said, dejected. Nothing changed. Fluttershy, who had been silent for a long time, had a sudden realization. I know how to end this, she said with confidence, resuming her position at the computer and moving the cursor slowly towards the publish button. The only way out is to share this story with the world. Whoa, are you sure? Asked Rainbow Dash. I'm not sure they're ready for whatever this is. What if it doesn't work? Asked Applejack. What if we stop existing? Fluttershy noticed Twilight pondering and gave her time to speak before doing anything. It's plausible that allowing the story to reach its most natural state of being might cause the causality loop that we created by opening it in the first place, said Twilight. After all, what good is a story left untold? Of course, the worst case scenario might be that telling the story would implode the universe. But even worse than that, added Rarity, What if it's not well received? What if they hate it? What if they think my character is horribly written? That's a risk I'd be willing to take, replied Twilight. I'd consider retracting that bit of dialogue if I were you, Rarity muttered in response. Fluttershy took the heated moment to interject into the conversation. I'm going to do it. Maybe it's whoever's writing this story, or maybe it's actually me, but I'm going to do it, and I don't care who I am or who me is. We've been looking at this for long enough, and 3,950 words is plenty for a random one-shot comedy, she said, as the others looked at her with surprise. Fluttershy placed her hoof over the mouse and hovered the cursor above the publish button, the others watching as she continued to speak aloud. If the world doesn't like it, then so be it. Writing shouldn't be about being perfect. It should just be about getting things out there. And so, awaiting the hopeful conclusion to their story and wishing with all their hearts that they might be freed from it, the others watched with bated breath as Fluttershy raised her hoof upward to prepare to click the button. Putting on a brave face, breathing inwards and taking a large breath, her eyes became focused and voice more serious. And if they don't like it, well, Fluttershy said as a devious smile grew across her face, I guess they'll have to take it up with me. Every pony gasped, and Fluttershy clicked the button. Then, as the person making an audiobook of this, I should probably let you guys know that the fic then has a large bit of blank space. So, I guess you're meant to be like silent. And then there's a little page break. Author's note. I don't think it worked. Great. Now they're going to judge my horribly written character. At least y'all won't be portrayed as a boring background one. Whoa, where are we? I have no idea, Pinkie Pie. I'm done with this. Any pony up for grabbing a hay burger? Wait, Rainbow Dash, I think you're displaying an action of free will. Free what now? Free will. Your brief death must have introduced a paradox in the metafictional space-time continuum. Quick, say something that will end the narrative. Anything. The end? Still here, darling. Try not making it a question. That leaves room for uncertainty. Oh, right. The end. Now I have to leave a fair bit of silence at the end for when I edit this in Audacity as noise removal. Okay, it's time to stop recording.